Missing person investigations often come with layers of complexity, particularly when the individual is dealing with personal challenges or mental health issues. Predicting their actions can become even more difficult if they go missing without their prescribed medication, which can lead to erratic and unpredictable behavior. This is the case for 27-year-old Margaret K. Alana Turner from Beaumont, Texas. Her family believes she was in the midst of a mental health crisis, likely experiencing a manic episode when she encountered deputies. Margaret is a well-known musician in her hometown and is highly regarded by those who know her. At the time of her disappearance, she was suffering from PTSD and taking 2 different types of medication, with dosages recently increased by her doctor. The events leading to her disappearance began on March 9, 2023. On that day, Margaret visited a friend's house in Silsby. Ring doorbell footage captured her knocking on the door, which was unusual since she typically used the code to let herself in. When no one answered, she walked away. Shortly after, she texted another friend, mentioning that she was heading home because she was feeling tired. Things took a strange turn when she sent cryptic messages to her boyfriend James and her best friend Brittany, both reading "no help." She then called another friend, saying she was driving to Austin to visit him, but that her phone battery was dying. As she had never been to Austin before, her friend advised her to write down his address. However, she took a wrong turn and ended up in Harris County. Realizing she was lost, she began knocking on doors, asking for directions, but made little progress. Eventually, she fell asleep in her car while parked in someone's driveway on County Hills Drive. The next morning, the homeowners found her and asked her to leave. When she refused, they contacted the police. Deputies arrived at around 5:30 a.m. and attempted to talk to Margaret. However, she appeared panicked and began reversing her car out of the driveway. The deputies tried to stop her by breaking one of the car windows, but she managed to escape, driving erratically and crashing through fences. She drove about a mile before her car became stuck in a field. When deputies reached the car, Margaret was gone. Her shoes were found nearby, filled with shards of glass from the broken window. Footprints led into a wooded area, crossed a creek, and entered Montgomery County. Her family believes her mental state caused her to fear the deputies, as she had no history of legal trouble and would not typically behave this way. They suspect an adverse reaction to her medication may have triggered a severe manic episode. Margaret's behavior led to charges of evading arrest in a motor vehicle and aggravated assault on a peace officer. Initially, she was listed as a fugitive rather than a missing person. However, this designation changed on March 24th, when she had still not been found. Deputies tracked her to Decker Prairie Rose Hill Road, but her trail ended there. A search of her car revealed her purse and personal items, while her phone was found outside the car, likely dropped during her escape. It is theorized she may have gotten a ride from someone, since there were no further traces of her in the area. Margaret was last tracked near Highway 249, from where she could have traveled anywhere. Investigators have not ruled out the possibility of foul play. On March 22nd, a Magnolia resident contacted police with potential footage of Margaret, captured on a game camera. The footage showed a woman matching her description, walking across a field. However, Margaret's mother, Rosa Calhoun, later confirmed that the woman in the footage was not her daughter. Despite extensive searches by Texas EquiSearch and Margaret's family, the investigation was paused when authorities initially treated her as a fugitive. The search resumed after her status changed back to a missing person. Margaret's family remains hopeful for her safe return. Crime Stoppers is offering a $5,000 reward for information leading to her location or identifying anyone responsible for her disappearance. Margaret is described as having long brown hair and blue eyes. She is 5 feet 4 inches tall, weighs about 125 pounds, and was last seen wearing a pink maxi dress. She has 2 distinctive tattoos, the number 12 with a red bow on her right collarbone, and the phrase, "Jesus lived and died for all your sins, he'll rise again," on her back. The investigation is ongoing, and the Harris County Sheriff's Office Missing Persons Unit urges anyone with information to contact them at 713-755-7427. Alternatively, anonymous tips can be submitted to Crime Stoppers at 713-222-8477. Margaret's case number is MP 101369. In January 2023, 35-year-old Brittany T was living a seemingly normal life in Brookfield, Massachusetts. She worked as a manager at a local liquor store, a position she had held for 3 years. Brittany also shared a home on Main Street with her boyfriend. Her close-knit nature and strong bonds with friends and family made her disappearance on January 10th all the more shocking. According to Ellen Walsh, a family friend and co-worker, Brittany was deeply connected to her family and was known for keeping in touch with them daily. Ellen described her as popular, well-liked, and someone who cared deeply for the people in her life. So, when Brittany stopped contacting her family and friends, it was an immediate cause for concern. Ellen even compared the suddenness of Brittany's disappearance to something out of a science fiction story, saying it felt like she'd been taken by a UFO. The last confirmed sighting of Brittany was on the evening of January 10th. Around 8:30 p.m., she left the home she shared with her boyfriend. Initially, her family didn't think too much of it. They assumed she was safe and knew where she was. However, when 2 days passed without hearing from her, worry set in. Attempts to reach Brittany by phone had failed, so her loved ones filed a missing person report with the Brookfield Police Department. When questioned about the delay in reporting her disappearance, the family admitted they had wrongly assumed she was with someone they knew. This misconception, unfortunately, cost valuable time in the early stages of the investigation. Authorities wasted no time launching a search for Brittany, starting in the wooded areas surrounding her home. The search teams, equipped with police dogs, drones, and a helicopter, scoured the area, but came up empty-handed. When no clues turned up near the house, the search radius was expanded. Day by day, they broadened the area of focus, yet no sign of Brittany was discovered. Inside Brittany's home, investigators found that her iPad, wallet, and cell phone were missing. Her car, however, remained in the driveway, as it wasn't running at the time due to mechanical issues. Police traced Brittany's phone to its last known location. It had pinged a cell tower near the Brookfield State Police Barracks on Route 9. This information, while helpful, didn't provide a clear picture of where she might have gone. Brittany's boyfriend cooperated fully with the investigation and was quickly ruled out as a suspect. Police also found no evidence of foul play or any reason someone might wish to harm her. At this stage, authorities were left puzzled, with no leads or persons of interest in the case. In a bid to jog the public's memory, investigators released CCTV footage of Brittany, captured at a store. She was wearing an outfit that closely matched what she was last seen in: a hooded sweatshirt, a black winter coat, jeans, and work boots. Authorities also urged residents in the area to check their home security cameras for any footage of Brittany, hoping to piece together her movements on the night she vanished. They asked locals to inspect sheds, garages, and other secluded spaces where she might have sought shelter, emphasizing the importance of vigilance. Meanwhile, Brittany's family has taken the search into their own hands. They've been distributing flyers, featuring her photo, and spreading the word across social media platforms. They hope that someone who recognizes her or knows something will come forward with information to aid the investigation. Despite the family's efforts and the public outreach, investigators continue to state that they do not believe Brittany's disappearance is suspicious. They've urged people to avoid spreading unverified rumors that could hinder their work. Brittany T is described as having medium-length brown hair and striking blue eyes. She stands about 5 feet 6 inches tall and weighs approximately 120 pounds. Her loved ones remain desperate for answers, clinging to the hope that someone, somewhere, holds the key to bringing her home. If you have any information about Brittany's disappearance, you are encouraged to contact the dedicated tip line at at 508-453-7589, where you can remain anonymous. Alternatively, you can reach out to the Brookfield Police Department at 508-867-5570. Even the smallest lead could make all the difference in solving this heartbreaking mystery. In January 2019, 45-year-old Susan Waring mysteriously vanished from Lancaster, England. Susan's disappearance shocked her family and community, especially because this was not the first strange or dangerous incident in her life. It is now widely believed that Susan met with foul play and that her boyfriend, 48-year-old Alan Edwards, was responsible for her death. Despite his denials, the evidence against him has raised serious concerns. Before delving into Susan's disappearance, it is crucial to examine an earlier event in her life that left investigators baffled. In 2017, while living in Scotland, Susan barely escaped with her life after her home was engulfed in flames. However, this was no ordinary house fire. It was an apparent attempt on her life. The fire broke out in the early hours of the morning, around 12:30 a.m. Susan's terrace house was already consumed by thick smoke when 25-year-old Nicole Ballantyne and her father Duncan noticed plumes rising from the property. Acting quickly, they rushed to help, but encountered an alarming obstacle. Someone had barricaded the front door from the inside, using a heavy TV cabinet, leaving Susan trapped. Hearing Susan's desperate cries for help from her bedroom on an upper floor, the Ballantynes immediately called the fire department. As they waited, Duncan tried to break into the house but was unable to get past the thick, suffocating smoke that seemed to originate from the living room. Tragically, just moments before firefighters arrived, Susan's cries for help ceased. Duncan feared the worst. Firefighters arrived promptly and rescued Susan, who appeared unresponsive at first. However, against the odds, she survived. She was rushed to the Royal Alexandra Hospital and placed in an induced coma to recover from severe smoke inhalation. Remarkably, she made a full recovery, but the suspicious circumstances of the fire, especially the barricade, left investigators wondering who might have wanted to harm her and why. Following the fire, Susan relocated to Lancaster, England, in search of a fresh start. It was there that she met Alan Edwards, a man she dated for just 2 months before her disappearance. Their relationship, however, was far from peaceful. Edwards was suspected of being abusive towards Susan, taking advantage of her vulnerabilities. Susan had limited health, was blind in one eye, and had learning difficulties, making her particularly susceptible to exploitation. The last confirmed sighting of Susan occurred on January 29, 2019, when she was seen in Alan's company. According to Edwards, he last saw her the following day, on January 30th, claiming he kissed her goodbye and never heard from her again. However, Susan's sudden disappearance and her history of staying in regular contact with her family raised alarm bells. Authorities initially arrested a 46-year-old man in connection with the case, but he was soon released after being cleared of any involvement. Edwards quickly became the prime suspect. Witnesses reported seeing him act abusively towards Susan on multiple occasions. Her DNA was later discovered in over 100 locations within Edwards' apartment, providing compelling evidence of their violent relationship. Shockingly, her DNA was even found on a rubber skull Halloween mask, leading investigators to believe that he wore it during at least one incident of abuse. 2 weeks before she went missing, Susan had visited a doctor who urged her to go to the hospital due to her injuries. Sadly, she chose not to seek further medical care. The last known footage of Susan, captured on January 29th, showed a woman resembling her shopping at an Asda supermarket in Darwin. Despite these leads, her Facebook account has shown no activity since late January 2019, and Susan stopped contacting her family, a highly unusual behavior for her. Further reports suggested Susan might have been seen on January 30th, walking away from a house on Blackburn Road in Darwin. However, investigators believe this was a case of mistaken identity. Despite extensive searches and public appeals, Susan's body has never been found. As the investigation unfolded, Edwards was arrested and eventually charged with Susan's murder. Throughout his trial, he maintained his innocence, insisting that Susan left of her own free will. Despite the lack of a body, the overwhelming forensic evidence led to his conviction, and he was sentenced to 27 years in prison. Edwards has refused to disclose any information about what happened to Susan or where her remains might be. Susan Waring is described as having shoulder-length brown, curly hair and brown eyes. She is approximately 5 feet 5 inches tall, of a slight build, and speaks with a Northwest accent. Notable tattoos include smiley faces on her legs and several others on her arms and legs. Her family continues to plead for answers, hoping someone will come forward with information that can finally bring them closure. If you have any information regarding Susan Waring's case, you are urged to contact the independent charity Crime Stoppers at 0800555111. Alternatively, you can reach local authorities by dialing 101 and quoting the reference LC 2019 03 20963. Tips can also be submitted online at mipp.police.uk. Even the smallest detail could be the key to solving this heartbreaking mystery. The missing person case involving 29-year-old Nancy Ng from Montgomery Park in California is yet another perplexing mystery that raises many unanswered questions. One of these is the strange behavior exhibited by the group of people she was with when she suddenly vanished. Nancy was part of a yoga class, and in October of 2023, she was one of 10 people who traveled to Lake Atitlan in Guatemala for a retreat. At the time, Nancy was working as a school assistant, aiding children with disabilities. She had accompanied her yoga class on a retreat the previous year, but this time, things took a tragic turn. On October 19th, Nancy mysteriously disappeared and has not been seen or heard from since. Nancy, who studied at California State University and earned a law degree, was known as a fitness enthusiast, which makes her disappearance all the more baffling. She left home for Guatemala on October 14th, with plans to return shortly after the trip, but her family never heard from her again, leaving them to face an agonizing mystery. On October 19th, the yoga group decided to go kayaking on the lake. According to Lee and Elaine Beal, owners of the kayaking company, Kayak Guatemala, Nancy was part of the group when they set out. Footage later emerged of some members heading out onto the water, including Nancy, who was captured paddling on the lake. In the video, she turns around and waves at the camera. This footage, the last known sighting of Nancy, serves as a haunting reminder of her presence just before she vanished under confusing and suspicious circumstances. The Beals observed that all 10 individuals initially went out onto the lake. However, when the group returned, only 8 people came back. Alarmed, they noticed 2 kayakers still on the lake, roughly 100 yards from the designated return area. One of these individuals was Nancy, while the other was another woman. The Beals watched as Nancy and the other woman paddled farther out and eventually disappeared from view. Shortly afterward, the other woman returned alone, visibly distressed, and was greeted by the yoga instructor. Oddly, no explanation was offered, and no one asked the Beals for assistance. The group's behavior grew even more concerning when they checked out of the retreat 12 hours later without mentioning Nancy or paying for the kayak rentals. The Beals found their actions highly suspicious, struggling to understand why no one seemed concerned about Nancy's safety. Nancy's kayak was later recovered, but it provided no clues as to her fate. The Guatemalan Public Ministry speculated that she might have paddled away from the group, decided to swim, and then tragically drowned. Despite extensive searches in and around the lake, no trace of her has been found. Nancy's family, however, dismissed the drowning theory, pointing out that she was fit and a competent swimmer. They remain convinced that something far more sinister occurred. Adding to their suspicion is the fact that the group didn't report Nancy missing for at least 24 hours. a highly unusual delay when someone vanishes. Even more perplexing, the yoga instructor never alerted the Beals, who could have contacted local authorities quickly. Frustrated by the lack of progress, Nancy's family hired professional divers, drones, and helicopters to continue the search. Despite their efforts, no evidence has surfaced. The rest of the yoga group, meanwhile, returned to the United States and have been decidedly uncooperative in providing details about what happened. This lack of cooperation is particularly strange, as any information could have aided investigators. A witness later reported seeing Nancy about half a mile from shore shortly before her empty kayak was found. But this claim has not been verified. 4 weeks after Nancy's disappearance, Christina Blazit, a public defender who was seen kayaking with Nancy, finally came forward. She explained that although they hadn't set out together, they started talking on the water. Nancy mentioned wanting to swim in the lake. Blazit tried to dissuade her, noting the choppy water and strong currents, but Nancy entered the water anyway. Blazit claimed that Nancy accidentally pushed her kayak away while jumping in. Attempting to help, Blazit used her leg to steer Nancy's kayak back toward her but lost control. By the time she retrieved it, Nancy had disappeared. Blazit said she then returned to shore to seek help and claimed a distress call was sent out. However, Nancy's family found her story questionable, especially since no one contacted them or provided timely updates. Attempts to reach Blazit by email went unanswered for weeks. When she finally addressed the incident, her lawyer stated that she was traumatized and needed time to recover before speaking. Nancy's family denies accusations that they threatened Blazit, insisting they only sought answers. They shared email correspondence with a news outlet, which confirmed that their messages contained no threats, only urgent requests for information. The family remains bewildered by the delay in Blazit's response, arguing that if this was an accident, she and others in the group should have been eager to provide full details. Nancy's sister believes that some group members know more than they're letting on, but deliberately withhold information for unknown reasons. Plans for a deep-water search of the lake are underway, though this effort could have been significantly aided by earlier cooperation from the group. The family has asked anyone with information about Nancy Young's case to contact them at 1-626-614-3218 or email them at helpusfindnancy@gmail.com. Maya May Millet, born on May 1st, 1981, was a Filipino-American woman who disappeared on January 7th, 2021, in Chula Vista, California. Her disappearance is the subject of an ongoing police investigation. Maya, a civilian employee of the United States Navy, worked as a contract specialist for the Naval Information Warfare Center. Born in the Philippines and raised in Honolulu, she graduated from Admiral Arthur W. Radford High School before attending the University of Hawaii at Manoa. Maya met Larry Millet in high school, shortly after he moved to Hawaii from San Diego, following a juvenile gang-related assault arrest in 1997. They married, and Larry served in the U.S. Navy for 5 years. The couple later moved to San Diego and had 3 children. However, their relationship deteriorated in late 2020 when Larry allegedly became increasingly controlling and paranoid after discovering Maya was having an affair. By December 2020, Maya had decided to divorce Larry and was taking steps to formalize the separation. A friend of Maya's alleged that Larry had physically abused her, and she feared for the safety of their children. Another friend offered her a safe house due to these concerns. On January 7th, 2021, Maya was last seen at home around 5 p.m. after having called a divorce attorney earlier that day. The following day, Larry was seen on video backing the family's black Lexus GX 460 in a manner that obscured the rear of the vehicle from view. Larry claimed he drove the Lexus to Alana Beach with one of their children, and the vehicle was later impounded by the Chula Vista Police Department. When Maya's relatives arrived on January 8th, Larry told them that Maya had locked herself in a room since the previous day. When they returned the next day and insisted Larry open the door, they found the room empty with no sign of Maya. Her sister, Maricris Druaye, filed a missing persons report with the Chula Vista Police Department. On January 9th, Larry spoke to a neighbor, stating that he took the Lexus to Anza Borrego Desert State Park and asked the neighbor to describe the vehicle. Maya was presumed dead. On January 13th, volunteers searched Mount San Miguel Park for her, and on January 23rd, investigators conducted a search warrant at her home for clues. Maya's family hired a private investigator in January, and on February 5th, they held a briefing urging the public to assist in the search. In February, skeletal remains found in Orange County were initially thought to belong to Maya, but they were later confirmed to be animal bones. In the months following her disappearance, volunteers conducted additional searches at various locations, including the Glamis Sand Dunes in February and March, and near Lower Otay Lake in May. Efforts to raise awareness continued, including an event in July celebrating Filipino-American Friendship Day. In October, searches took place near the Salton Sea and Fish Creek, but up until his arrest in late October, Larry had not participated in any of the searches. In early November, searchers returned to the Glamis Sand Dunes and Imperial Gables area, with searches continuing weekly through December. On January 8, 2022, a prayer vigil was held to mark a year since Maya's disappearance, and searches continued into 2022, including the use of ground-penetrating drones. An audio recording from January 7, 2021, at 8:30 p.m., captured 8 loud bangs near the Millet residence. This audio was later linked to video footage, which was withheld from the public due to privacy concerns. At around 10 p.m. that evening, a neighbor's camera recorded Maya's children playing outside in the cold. In January 2021, Larry admitted to arguments with Maya in 2020, but later stopped cooperating with police and hired an attorney. In April 2021, reports surfaced that Larry had sought to harm a man he believed Maya was having an affair with. In May, police seized his firearms under a gun violence restraining order due to concerns for his children's safety. In July 2021, Larry was named a person of interest in Maya's disappearance. On October 19, 2021, he was arrested and charged with her murder, despite Maya's body never being found. His arrest followed months of investigations, including 67 search warrants and 87 interviews. Larry pleaded not guilty and was denied bail due to past threats of violence. In 2022, Larry's mental competency to stand trial was questioned but ultimately affirmed. Preliminary hearings in January 2023 led to a decision for him to face trial for murder and illegal firearm possession. In September 2024, the trial's start date was postponed to July 7, 2025, due to financial difficulties cited by Larry and his attorney. Meanwhile, in May 2021, Maya's parents requested visitation with their grandchildren, but Larry refused and stopped communicating. By July, they filed for visitation, and a hearing was set for December. In October 2021, the children were placed in the custody of their paternal grandparents. Larry violated a restraining order by contacting his children from jail, resulting in restrictions on his communication. Maya's sister filed for custody in October, and in November, visitation rights were granted to her while the paternal grandparents retained custody for schooling. By December, both Maya's sister and the paternal grandparents sought guardianship. In January 2022, maternal visitation rights were adjusted, and paternal grandparents kept custody. In October 2022, Larry was allowed to write to the children, but not visit. The paternal grandparents maintained guardianship in June 2023, and maternal visitation increased during the summer. In August 2023, a conservator was appointed to manage Maya's estate. In August 2024, Maya's sister, Margaret, gained full custody of the children. What should have been an exciting time for the young woman turned into 7 years of mystery for her family, who are still looking for answers. Tiara Williams was a 19-year-old woman living in Greensboro, North Carolina. She was enrolled in Guilford Technical Community College for a course on childhood development and wanted to spend her life helping young children get the best start in life. At the time of her disappearance, she was living with her grandmother at the Stony Brook Apartments, as she didn't believe her grandmother should be living alone. However, she still spent plenty of time with her mother, who lived in the same apartment complex. On January 7th, the day of her disappearance, she had been to college to make sure everything was in order before her course began. She then spent time with her mother, helping her take down Christmas decorations, before her younger brother and her boyfriend, Aaron, arrived at 8 p.m. Aaron, Tiara, and her younger brother went to Tiara's grandmother's home for dinner. However, half an hour later, Tiara left the apartment again. She said she was going to meet a friend named Travis, who lived in the same apartment complex. It wasn't a name any of Tiara's loved ones knew, but they trusted her judgment. She was supposed to be home in an hour, but Tiara never returned. Aaron tried calling Tiara that night when she didn't come back, but his calls went straight to voicemail. The next day, he discovered she hadn't returned to her home that night at all. Tiara's mother and grandmother also couldn't get through to her phone. The GPS on her phone showed that it was still in or near the apartment complex when it had been switched off the night before. Tiara's mother, Danielle, began to believe Travis may not have existed. She discovered that her daughter had been out with one of her ex-boyfriends, and she believed that was who Tiara had been with the night she vanished. It was a hunch that would turn out to be true. The ex-boyfriend hasn't been named, but the police spoke with him after Tiara was reported missing. At first, he denied speaking with her, but eventually confessed. He said that they had met up the night Tiara vanished and spent 20 or 30 minutes in his car talking. He last saw her walking back towards her grandmother's house. Police found no evidence of foul play from this ex-boyfriend, but he remains a person of interest. Over the years, many tips have been called in. Some include locations of a body, while others claim Tiara is still alive but being held against her will. None of the tips have turned up any clues about Tiara's disappearance, and the case remains unsolved. Tiara was 5 feet 5 inches and weighed 120 pounds when she vanished. She had brown hair and brown eyes, and a nickel-sized burn scar on her right wrist. There's a $10,000 reward for information leading to Tiara's return. Anyone with information can contact the Greensboro Police Department at 336-373-2222 or Crime Stoppers at 336-373-1000. On December 5, 2015, 19-year-old Caitlyn Akin was preparing to leave her mother's home in Spotsylvania County, Virginia. Caitlyn was preparing to fly back to Arizona, where she planned to rejoin her fiancé, Amber, and start cosmetology school. Her mother, Lisa Sullivan, described Caitlyn as excited about her future and in good spirits. However, Caitlyn never made it to the airport, and she has been missing for over 7 years. Caitlyn was a sociable young woman who regularly kept in touch with her friends and family. She was a frequent caller, texter, and social media user. She wasn't the type to disappear suddenly or break contact, which makes her vanishing so unsettling. On December 5th, 2015, Lisa drove Caitlyn from her home near Partlow, Virginia, to her ex-husband, James Branton's house. Caitlyn's former stepdad, James, had agreed to drop her off at Reagan National Airport in Washington, D.C. Lisa and James maintained a good relationship, and Lisa described him as the only father figure Caitlyn had ever known. The trio was in good spirits that morning, and before leaving for the airport, they talked about Caitlyn's high school diploma and her excitement about cosmetology school. Before her flight, Caitlyn said goodbye to her mother, who had to leave for work. What happened next remains a mystery. At 1:52 p.m., James texted Lisa, saying he had dropped Caitlyn off at the airport. Then, at exactly 2 p.m., Lisa received a text from Caitlyn's phone that read, "I'm at the airport. Battery dying, so won't be able to text back for a bit." However, Caitlyn never got on that flight and never made it back to Arizona. In fact, she hasn't been seen or heard from since. James later claimed that Caitlyn had asked to be dropped off at Springfield Town Center, a mall south of Washington, D.C., so she could kill time before her flight. He said she planned to walk to the Franconia Springfield metro station and take a train to the airport. Oddly, just before noon, Amber received a text from Caitlyn's phone saying, "Something came up. I'm not coming back today. I'll let you know when I get a new flight. I won't be able to text for a bit." Lisa initially believed Caitlyn had boarded her flight, but at 7:15 p.m., she received two concerning texts from her daughter's phone. The first read, "Staying with a friend," followed by, "Needed some time alone." Detectives believe Caitlyn never made it to the airport and likely never left Virginia. Cell phone tower records revealed that Caitlyn's phone never went further north than Stafford, Virginia, which is about 50 miles south of Washington, D.C. Surveillance footage from Springfield Mall, the metro station, and the airport revealed no signs of Caitlyn. Authorities suspect that James Branton may have lied about dropping her off at the mall. James raised further suspicion by refusing to cooperate with investigators and declining to take a polygraph test. Lisa, once trusting of James, began to suspect he might have harmed Caitlyn. Investigators searched James's home, seizing guns, electronics, and DNA samples. They also found an encrypted cell phone but were unable to access it because James refused to provide the password. Lisa has since stated that the texts supposedly sent by Caitlyn, claiming she was staying with a friend, were out of character. She believes they were not written by her daughter. A potential breakthrough occurred on December 7, 2015, when a road crew discovered Caitlyn's blue suitcase in a roadside ditch near Fredericksburg, Virginia. The suitcase was unzipped, missing a wheel and mostly empty. It contained Caitlyn's ID, wallet, cash, credit and debit cards, cell phone charger, and glasses. However, her clothes and high school diploma were missing. Investigators believe the suitcase may have been thrown from a moving car, as it showed scuff marks and other signs of rough handling. Detectives initially wondered if Caitlyn's disappearance was connected to another local case. On December 6, 2015, the body of 21-year-old Heather Ciccone was found in a car on a rural county road. Residents feared they might have a serial killer in their midst. However, in 2018, two men were convicted of Heather's murder, and investigators found no link between her case and Caitlyn's disappearance. Detectives Williams and Marshall have worked tirelessly on Caitlyn's case, even consulting psychics for leads. Despite their efforts, no significant breakthroughs have been made. Lisa Sullivan remains determined to find her daughter, saying, "I will always be trying to find her, no matter what it takes." She hopes Caitlyn is still alive, but acknowledges that she may not be. Reflecting on the last time she saw her daughter, Lisa said, "I didn't know that was the last day I would see her. I should have said more to her, but I didn't know." Lisa has come to blame James for Caitlyn's disappearance, stating that he has done nothing to help find her and has not attended any vigils or searches. At the time of her disappearance, Caitlyn was 19 years old, 5 feet 4 inches tall, with blue eyes and blonde hair. She weighed about 120 pounds. She had several piercings, including gauged earrings, a navel piercing, a nose piercing, and lip piercings. She also had tattoos of 5 butterflies on her arm and 3 stars on her right foot. Caitlyn was last seen wearing a dark grey fleece with a Bass Pro Shop logo, black pants, and black and pink shoes. If you have any information about Caitlyn's disappearance, please contact the Spotsylvania County Sheriff's Office at 540-582-7115 or leave a tip with Spotsylvania Crime Solvers at 1-800-928-5822. You can also reach out to your local FBI office. Samantha Murphy, a 51-year-old woman from Ballarat, Victoria, disappeared under suspicious circumstances on February 4, 2024, during her usual morning run. Her sudden disappearance shocked her family and the community, triggering a large-scale search. Despite extensive efforts, her body has not been found. However, police have charged a man with her murder. Born on March 30, 1972, Samantha lived in Ballarat, a rural city in the Central Highlands of Victoria, with her husband, Michael, and their 3 children. The couple ran a small business near their home. Samantha was described as a slim, 173-centimeter Caucasian woman with shoulder-length blonde hair. On the evening of February 3, 2024, Samantha and her husband hosted a dinner for close friends. During the gathering, she shared her plans for a 14-kilometer, 8.7-mile run the following morning in Wuwukurrung Regional Park, a location she frequented. The next day, around 7 a.m. EDT, Samantha was captured on CCTV, leaving her home for the run. She was expected to return home in time for a family event at 11 a.m. When she failed to arrive, her family contacted the police. Her mobile phone briefly connected to a cellular tower in Buninyong, about 14 kilometers, 8.7 miles, from her home, but the signal wasn't strong enough to pinpoint her location. The SOS function on her Apple Watch, which she was wearing, was never activated. GPS data revealed she had completed about 7 kilometers, 4.3 miles, of her run through Wuwukurrung Regional Park, reaching Mount Clear, where an anomaly or disturbance in the GPS data was noted. Authorities launched an extensive search, involving Victoria Police's Search and Rescue Squad, dog units, mounted branch, and air wing, along with the Victoria State Emergency Service, Parks Victoria, and the Country Fire Authority. The initial search focused on Wuwukurrung Regional Park and nearby bushland before expanding to areas like Black Hill and Brown Hill in Ballarat. Despite thorough efforts, no trace of Samantha was found, and investigators ruled out the possibility of a medical emergency or her intentionally leaving the area. After 5 days, the search was scaled back, and the case was handed over to the Missing Persons Squad. As weeks passed without significant developments, police began treating Samantha's disappearance as a suspected homicide. By February 23rd, investigators publicly stated they believed she was deceased and suspected the involvement of 1 or more individuals. On March 6, 2024, police arrested Patrick Orrin Stevenson, a 22-year-old man from Scotsburn, in connection with Samantha's disappearance. The following day, he was charged with murder. Police believe Stevenson encountered Samantha at Mount Clear, where they suspect the crime occurred. Stevenson was not known to Samantha or her family. While Samantha's body has not been located, some of her belongings were recovered during the investigation. On May 29, 2024, police conducting a targeted search on a property near Durham Lead, about 4 kilometers, 2.5 miles south of Buninyong, discovered her wallet, containing her ID cards and mobile phone, on the bank of an agricultural dam. Samantha's disappearance has left her family devastated and her community shaken. Her husband, Michael, and their children continue to endure the heartbreak of unanswered questions, while the Ballarat community rallies for justice. Police are determined to find Samantha's body and strengthen their case against Stevenson. They urge anyone with information about Samantha's disappearance to come forward. This case has brought attention to the pain and uncertainty faced by families of missing persons. Samantha's loved ones and community continue to hope for closure and justice in the face of this tragedy. Tom Messic, an 82-year-old retired veteran, had led a life full of adventure and resilience. Having served as a paratrooper in the 82nd Airborne Division of the U.S. Army, he was no stranger to danger or the wilderness. Known for his toughness and love for the outdoors, Tom's active lifestyle persisted even in his later years. Retirement for him did not mean sitting idly at home. Instead, he embraced activities like hunting, which allowed him to remain connected with nature. Despite his age and a history of injuries, Tom's passion for hunting never waned. A skilled woodsman and licensed hunter, he pursued the sport himself and spent years teaching young people survival skills and hunting techniques. His reputation as a seasoned outdoorsman earned him the affectionate nickname, the One-Eyed Hunter, a nod to his distinctive persona. On November 15, 2015, Tom set out for what seemed like a routine hunting trip with 6 friends. The group chose an area within the Lake George Wild Forest in Warren County, New York. It was a clear and beautiful day, ideal for hunting. Given Tom's age and physical limitations, he was assigned to remain stationary in one spot, while the younger hunters moved through the woods to drive deer toward him. This strategy ensured he could participate without exerting himself too much. However, when the group reconvened at their agreed-upon meeting point, Tom was nowhere to be found. His friends searched the immediate area, but found no trace of him. What puzzled them further was that none of his belongings were left behind, including his rifle, walkie-talkie, and hunting gear. That day, Tom had been dressed in his usual hunting attire: duck boots, camouflage pants, a coat, gloves, and a checkered hat. It was as if he had vanished without a trace. As night fell, the group returned to their base camp and immediately alerted Tom's family and local authorities. The next day, a massive search operation was launched. More than a dozen trained search and rescue professionals combed the woods and surrounding areas. Despite their expertise, they found no sign of the missing man. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the search effort expanded rapidly. Multiple law enforcement agencies, including the New York State Police and the FBI, joined the operation. Specialized resources such as scent tracking dogs and search helicopters were employed. But even with these advanced tools, not a single clue surfaced. It was as if Tom had simply disappeared into thin air. Given Tom's age and the rugged terrain, searchers initially theorized that he might have fallen into a hidden crevice or cave. However, exhaustive checks of such locations yielded no results. The possibility of foul play, including abduction, was also considered, but could not be substantiated. The FBI's involvement raised eyebrows, as it is uncommon for them to participate in cases of this nature, unless there are suspicions of criminal activity. Adding an eerie twist to the case, members of Tom's hunting party reported hearing strange, unidentifiable noises emanating from the woods on the day of his disappearance. These sounds, described as unlike anything they had ever encountered in nature, were dismissed by authorities at the time. However, the hunters remained adamant that the noises were significant and unusual. Tom Messic's disappearance has sparked numerous theories over the years. Some suggest he may have become disoriented and wandered too far, while others believe he might have been the victim of a predator, human or otherwise. The possibility of a serial killer was also floated, but no evidence has emerged to support this. A more unsettling idea has also gained traction among certain circles: the notion that something paranormal might have been involved. The mysterious noises reported by the hunting party have fueled speculation about supernatural or extraterrestrial interference. While such theories may seem far-fetched, the complete lack of evidence or leads has left room for even the most unconventional explanations. To this day, the disappearance of Tom Messic remains one of the most perplexing missing person cases in recent history. Despite extensive efforts by search teams, law enforcement, and even independent investigators, no answers have been found. The lack of closure is deeply painful for Tom's family and friends. They remember him as a resilient, adventurous man who loved the outdoors and lived on his terms. As time goes on, the mystery of what happened to Tom Messic endures, leaving us to wonder: did he lose his way, fall victim to foul play, or encounter something beyond our understanding? Until new evidence emerges, his case serves as a chilling reminder of how even the most experienced individuals can vanish without a trace in the wilderness. Anyone with information regarding Messic's disappearance is asked to call state police at 518-583-7000. A night out on a party bus ended with the creepy disappearance of 23-year-old Bryce Borker. More than 6 months later, the only trace that's been found is a tie that he'd been wearing when he got lost in the woods. Bryce and his friends spent the night of October 29th on a party bus in Eagan, Minnesota. Bryce became heavily intoxicated, and the friends decided to call it a night in the early hours of October 30th. They used the ride-sharing app Lyft to head to the east side of the city. During the drive, Bryce decided to get out of the car while the vehicle was still moving, but his friends managed to keep him under control until they got out. At about 2 a.m., they arrived at Hill Ridge Drive, where one of the friends lived. It was a few miles from Bryce's apartment and would have been a 45-minute walk, but Bryce told his friends he was going to walk home. He headed off while the friends went inside. It was a journey Bryce had done many times before. The route was well lit, and even while heavily intoxicated, it shouldn't have been too difficult. But Bryce made a wrong turn early on and ended up walking for 30 minutes in the wrong direction. At 2:34 a.m., one of Bryce's friends received a FaceTime call from him. He was lost in a wooded area and had only 2% battery life on his phone. He told his friend he had no idea where he was or how to get home. Bryce managed to send a pin to his friend before the battery ran out and the call ended. Bryce's friends immediately set out to try to find him. The pin took them to a wooded area between Highway 13 and the Minnesota River. They found no sign of their friend and contacted the police at around 11 a.m. that morning to report him missing. Over the next 2 days, over 250 people took part in searches for Bryce. The terrain was particularly difficult, with some marshy areas and some more rocky areas. Even for searchers walking while sober in broad daylight, it was a difficult task to navigate the area. There were also no lights, even around a railway line that runs through the area. It would have been pitch black when Bryce was walking. Early on in the search, a tie was found, which the police believed belonged to Bryce. A Nike shoe was also found, but it didn't match the description of what Bryce was wearing when he vanished. Later searches were also hampered by poor weather, with flooding taking place in the area over the winter. It's possible that what clues might have been there have been washed away. The police were able to uncover CCTV footage from an industrial building not far from where Bryce's phone last pinged. It's not been released to the public, but showed him walking alone. In January, a $30,000 reward for information leading to Bryce was announced, but so far, it remains unclaimed. Bryce is described as a white male with blonde hair. He was last seen wearing a white shirt and possibly a cardigan. Anyone with information should contact the Eagan Police Department at 651-675-5827. Kevin Winters was described as a free-spirited person who had moved to Maui, Hawaii on a whim 14 years before he vanished without a trace. Nobody knew of anybody who would want to harm him or any reason why he would want to disappear. But he did just that in September of 2021 and hasn't been seen or heard from since. Kevin was 51 at the time of his disappearance. He grew up in Michigan as one of 4 siblings. When he was a teenager, he had gotten into a dirt bike accident that left him with one leg shorter than the other. In 2007, Kevin left Michigan with just a single bag to visit Maui. His family believed he would only be there for about a month, but Kevin fell in love with the island and decided to stay. He lived a simple life, working at the North Shore Hostel in exchange for his room. His mother would also send him money every month or so he could survive. By all accounts, Kevin was someone who got along with everyone. He didn't have a criminal record and didn't use illegal substances. He drank, but didn't have a drinking problem. But at the end of August of 2021, something very out of character happened. He was apparently caught stealing a co-worker's phone that was left out in the communal area. He was fired and given a week to move out. On September 1st, he left the hostel for the final time. The next day, Kevin spoke with his mother, Maxine, on the phone. It was something he did almost every night, and nothing seemed unusual to Maxine. The conversation was short and sweet. According to his mother, it would be the last time she heard from him. A few days passed, and there was no call from Kevin. He didn't respond when Maxine called, and no other family members were able to get in contact with him. According to Kevin's family, they called the Maui Police Department on September 8th, though a report wasn't officially filed until September 19th. After he was reported missing, Kevin's family was able to get a hold of his bank records. It's not clear where he spent the night after leaving the hostel, but his family believed that he spent the night in a storage unit that he rented. The next record of him was at the Maui Brewing Company at about 8:40 p.m. This was about an hour away from Kevin's storage unit, and he would have had to have gotten there on public transit, as he didn't have a working vehicle. At 9:45 p.m., Kevin was spotted on CCTV, depositing a check at an ATM at the First Hawaiian Bank near the brewery. His family found this extremely strange. Even though Maxine would send him money regularly, there was no evidence that he deposited the money into his account very often. The next day, he was caught on CCTV at the same ATM, depositing another check. He was wearing the same clothes. This would be the last known trace of Kevin. Nobody in Maui has seen or heard from Kevin since his disappearance, and his family doesn't believe that he would willingly disappear. He also left $1,200 in his bank account and didn't collect his last paycheck. Kevin is described as a white male with brown hair and blue eyes. He was 5 feet 7 inches and weighed 155 pounds when he vanished. His right leg is shorter than his left, and he would normally wear black shoes with lifts to try to ease the pain in his hip that this caused. A $2,000 reward is offered for any information leading to Kevin. Information can be passed on to the Maui County Police Department at 808-244-6400. For the past 11 years, the family of Anthony Stammers has been making appeals for information on his disappearance. When he left his family home in Colchester in 2012, it was as if he vanished into thin air. Since then, there's been little update on this strange missing person case. Anthony was a creative young man who liked writing and playing guitar. He would occasionally write music, and his mother would sit and listen to his new songs. He had previously suffered from depression, but it was a condition that he was managing. In the spring of 2012, Anthony's grandfather, Arthur, passed away. It was a real blow to Anthony, who had been close to his grandfather, and it naturally took another toll on his mental health. According to his family, they were all going through the grief together. Anthony didn't appear to be at a point of crisis and had been making plans for the future. In particular, he planned to move to Bristol to live closer to his older brother. May 27th was the day before Anthony's funeral. Anthony's mother, Julie, was at home when Anthony left the house at 10 a.m. He was going to London to meet some friends, and he would be back the next day. Later that same day, he sent a text to his mother, asking her to make sure his black pants were ready for the funeral the next day. It seemed as if he had every intention of showing up to give the reading that he'd been planning to do. But the next day, there was no sign of Anthony. His parents couldn't get a hold of him, and they immediately knew something was wrong. It turned out that Anthony had never arrived to see his friends the day before either. The police were contacted, and early on in the investigation, they discovered Anthony used an ATM not far from his home. Not long after he left the house, he withdrew £140 from a machine in Colchester. Unfortunately, there were no CCTV cameras at the site, but the police had no reason to believe it wasn't Anthony who had withdrawn the money. His bank account hasn't been touched since. The next few months were spent searching through CCTV footage from Colchester, and ground searches also took place, but no trace of him was ever found. Since then, the case has gone cold. Anthony's brother appeared on TV to raise awareness about the case, and the family has fundraised for the Missing People charity. Anthony was 27 years old when he disappeared. He was 5 feet 10 inches tall, of a medium build, with short, dark brown hair. When he was last seen, he was wearing blue jeans and a blue and red checked shirt, and was carrying a black satchel. He may have been wearing a black New York Yankees baseball cap and a beige jacket. Anyone with information on the case can contact the police on 101 with reference number 2001/452 or the Missing People Charity at 116,000. When people go missing abroad, it can be even harder than usual for families and friends to locate their missing loved ones. Different languages and customs can frustrate the search and the searchers. In the case of Jesse Galganov, it added to the confusion in an already puzzling case. Jesse disappeared while on a hiking trip in Peru in 2017. He was 22 years old at the time and had graduated college a few months earlier. He was described as a bright young man who planned to go to medical school to become a doctor. But before that, he wanted to go on a gap year. Jesse was an experienced traveler and hiker and looked forward to seeing new sights in South America and Asia. The first stop in his gap year was Peru. He arrived in Lima on September 24th and spent a couple of days seeing the sights in the city. He kept in touch with his friends and family back home, especially his mother in Canada. After a few days, Jesse took an 8-hour bus trip to Huaraz, further north. The city sits just outside the Huascarán National Park. The Peruvian Andes overlook the city, and it's a popular spot for tourists. Jesse arrived in Huaraz on the morning of September 28, 2017, and set about getting to his hostel, Kami House. He was captured on CCTV walking towards the hostel and arrived at 6:40 a.m. He spent the day in Huaraz, gathering supplies and visiting various supermarkets. He also talked with people at the hostel and his friends back home. The people he met at the hostel said he was excited about his travels and was in good spirits. Jesse spent the day at the hostel, then set out early the following morning for the Santa Cruz Trail. He told his mother it would be about a 4-day hike, and he wouldn't have reception during that time. He didn't want her to worry and said he would be back in touch on October 2nd. He would need to be back in civilization by then because he had a return bus ticket for that day. Jesse was on a budget and wouldn't want to waste money on a ticket for a trip he wasn't certain he would take. October 2nd came and went, and Jesse's mother didn't hear from him. After a few more days, she got very worried and started to reach out to his friends. They hadn't heard from him either. It didn't seem unbelievable that Jesse might change his plans and take a longer hiking route, but his friends thought it was strange that he would let his mother worry. Jesse's mother contacted authorities in Peru, Canada, and the US, as Jesse was a dual citizen, and started the investigation into his disappearance. At first, it wasn't clear if Jesse made it to the trail at all, or even to the hostel. The hostel owner first said that he had, but then denied it. In the end, Snapchat messages from the hostel, as well as the CCTV footage, proved he had been there. The trial was harder to prove. According to the park service that administered the trail, there was no one registered on the trail the day Jesse went hiking. He hadn't paid the registration fee at the trailhead, but that didn't necessarily mean that he hadn't gone ahead with the hike. It could have been due to the fact that the people working weren't actual employees, and proper protocol might not have been followed. This confusion caused some delay in the investigation, as Jesse's family considered the possibility that he might have been attacked on his way to the trailhead. A privately hired search team eventually found evidence that Jesse had made it onto the trail. 2 French tourists had seen Jesse on October 1st, the day before. He had arrived at the Tolopampa camp where they were staying late. He told them that he was late because he'd gotten disoriented and was suffering from headaches. It seemed as if he had altitude sickness. The next day, he was again in good spirits and left early after breakfast. The final sighting of Jesse was at 3:30 p.m. on October 1st, when he was asked by a group of Czech hikers for some water near Punta Union Pass. Jesse was definitely on the trail and seemed close to finishing it. It was either on the final day of the trip or on the afternoon of the penultimate day that something went wrong. If Jesse did run into trouble on the trail, his body has never been found. Neither have any of his belongings, which were brightly colored. The trail isn't for novices, but it was well trafficked, and if Jesse was somewhere nearby, someone would likely have found him. It's possible, though, that he got disoriented and might have wandered off the trail and gotten lost in the jungle. Foul play is also a possibility. Some believe Jesse might have been attacked and robbed while on his hike, and that his body was purposefully hidden. Jesse is described as being 5 feet 10 inches and weighing 170 pounds. He had brown hair and brown eyes, was wearing black clothing, and carried a hiking pack with a Canadian flag patch on one side. His bag contained a one-person tent, a camping mattress, and other camping essentials. Anyone with information is asked to contact helpursfindjesse@gmail.com. Shalisa Pratt mysteriously disappeared under extraordinary circumstances. The 34-year-old was last caught on camera, leaving her Hollywood apartment on August 22, 2022. According to her husband, Keith, Shalisa had grown distant from him. On the afternoon that she went missing, she allegedly had a breakdown and left their Hollywood apartment. Keith caught up with her at the Greyhound bus station in downtown Los Angeles, where she said she planned to visit family in Atlanta, as she had done a month before. The last time she went to Atlanta, she sent her family a photo of her bus ticket so they would know she was coming. She then turned her phone off so Keith wouldn't be able to track her movements, as he was known to remotely ping cell phone towers to find out where she had gone. This time, however, no photo of a bus ticket was sent. Shalisa and her family did not contact each other. Her mother only learned about the trip when Keith called her later that day to tell her what had happened. Keith tracked Shalisa's cell phone and discovered that her final destination was San Bernardino, for reasons unknown. This added another layer of mystery to her disappearance. Shalisa's strange behavior, such as turning off her phone on one trip but not the other, baffled investigators. They also couldn't explain why she went missing from the bus or whether she intended to return. After Shalisa was reported missing, detectives uncovered a recent incident at the San Bernardino bus station. Someone matching Shalisa's description had been caught on CCTV trying to steal a suitcase. This person was subsequently kicked out of the station. However, the unnerving footage has not been released to the public. Shalisa's disappearance remains a troubling mystery, with far more questions than answers. If you have any information on this unsolved case, please contact the Los Angeles Police Department at 213-996-1800. It's been more than 5 months since CCTV captured the last images of Caitlyn Maguire before she mysteriously disappeared in North Wales. Her family is still searching for an explanation for what happened to her, but so far have no answers. Caitlyn was a third-year university student studying health and social care. She had a lot of plans for the future, both long-term and short-term. For instance, she had recently gotten a passport and wanted to travel around Europe when she finished her course. On the day of her disappearance, she was supposed to be organizing some of those short-term plans for the future. She and her friend had recently moved into a new apartment together in Bangor, Wales, where she went to university. They hadn't signed the lease on the apartment yet, though, and were supposed to be doing that on November 15th, 2021. Her friend arrived at the office where they were supposed to meet up, but Caitlyn never arrived. The friend assumed that she had gone back to Holyhead, where she lived with her family, which wasn't too unusual for her. But when she still hadn't gotten back in touch by the following evening, her friend contacted Caitlyn's family to make sure that she was okay. The family hadn't seen Caitlyn in weeks, and they realized something was wrong. A police investigation found that Caitlyn had booked a return train ticket from Bangor to Holyhead on the morning of her disappearance. She arrived in Holyhead at about 11:30 a.m. and was seen on CCTV footage and doorbell cameras walking through the town. The last sighting of her was about 2 hours after she left the train station. She was spotted walking past a cafe at a nature reserve, heading towards a car park. After that, there's no sign of her, and the trail goes cold. Countless searches, both on land and around the coast, have turned up no further clues. Caitlyn's family are certain that someone must know what happened to her, and they've appealed to tourists for information. As Holyhead is relatively popular among people wanting a short getaway, she is described as 5 feet 5 inches, with dark hair and a slim build. The last CCTV images before she mysteriously disappeared showed her wearing a black duffel coat and carrying a light-colored handbag. Anyone with information should contact North Wales Police. In December 2020, the case of 38-year-old Nathan Auld from Brisbane, Australia, raised more questions than answers. Nathan was last seen on the 14th of December, telling a friend she planned to visit a store to buy cigarettes. Her disappearance initially suggested foul play, but as the investigation progressed, an alternative, tragic theory emerged. CCTV footage captured Nathan walking alone along Redland Bay Road later that evening. She was seen stopping at a BP service station, where she purchased a cup of coffee and some food. This footage was the last confirmed sighting of her. For 2 months, investigators worked tirelessly to uncover her whereabouts, yet no further security footage or witnesses emerged. Her disappearance became even more perplexing as her bank and social media accounts showed no activity after that day. However, tracking her phone provided a critical lead. Initially, it remained stationary for approximately 40 minutes near Redland Bay Road. After this, it began moving northward toward Brisbane. Investigators suspected she still had the phone with her during this time, guiding them to focus their search on specific areas. A breakthrough in the case came when investigators learned of Nathan's habit of rummaging through charity bins. This led to a chilling new theory. Nathan might have been rummaging through a bin when she fell asleep inside. Unbeknownst to her, the bin could have been emptied into a trash truck. This theory aligned with the movements of her phone, which followed the exact route of a garbage truck heading toward Northgate, where waste is deposited. Searches at various garbage drop-off points, bushland near industrial areas, and even Nudgee Creek were conducted, but none yielded any sign of Nathan. Despite extensive efforts, no personal items such as her clothing, handbag, or phone were recovered, leaving investigators without definitive proof to confirm this theory. Her absence has weighed heavily on her family. Nathan has missed important family events and birthdays, which further suggests that she likely met with harm. Although investigators don't believe foul play was involved, they continue to search for evidence that could bring closure. Nathan's daughter has taken to social media multiple times, appealing to anyone who might have seen her mother or has any information about her movements that night. Unfortunately, these pleas have not produced any new leads. As of today, nearly 3 years later, Nathan remains missing. The lack of concrete evidence or witnesses has made her case an agonizing mystery for her loved ones. With each passing day, the likelihood of finding answers diminishes, leaving her family in an unbearable limbo. Her case remains open, but it stands as a stark reminder of how quickly hope can fade when only speculation fills the void. The disappearance of Michael Martin in 2016 has left investigators and his family grasping for answers, describing the case as if he vanished into thin air. At just 25 years old, Michael's sudden disappearance is believed to be tied to a larger web of criminal activity, making it one of the more perplexing cases in recent years. Michael was last seen in the early hours of August 7th. The night before, he had been spotted with an associate in various areas of Bolton city centre. This associate was reportedly connected to a criminal organisation involved in high-value robberies and the illegal drug trade. Investigators suspect that, on this night, Michael crossed paths with several other individuals connected to the same group and may have come into possession of a significant sum of money. The details of what happened later are murky. By midnight, Michael and his associate were seen in the nearby town of Kearsley. They had been travelling in Michael's black Ford Focus when the car suddenly stalled in the middle of the street. Witnesses reported the two men exiting the vehicle and arguing heatedly. The car key had broken off in the ignition, forcing the pair to jump-start the vehicle. Michael's associate managed to drive the car to a petrol station, while Michael followed on foot. It was at this petrol station that CCTV captured the last known footage of Michael. The video shows the argument continuing inside the store, with Michael appearing agitated and eager to leave. When his associate refused to leave with him, Michael stormed out of the store, opened the doors to his car, and then abruptly ran off on foot. He was last seen crossing the main road before vanishing into the night. His associate returned to the car and eventually drove off, leaving it abandoned a short time later. Michael's family became alarmed when they couldn't reach him. Though he lived alone, Michael had a close relationship with his father and called him every day without fail. He knew the number by heart, so even if he had lost his phone, he could have found a way to make contact. As the investigation unfolded, Michael's associate was taken into custody but later released without charge. Questions about what happened that night remain unanswered. What became of the money Michael allegedly had? What caused the argument between him and his associate? The police and Michael's family fear the worst, that he may no longer be alive. Still, they hold on to hope that someone knows what happened and can provide answers. Anyone with information about this baffling case is urged to contact Greater Manchester Police at 01618568797 or reach out to Crime Stoppers anonymously. On April 26, 2016, Michael Modesti traveled to Bangkok to attend an expo where he was exploring the possibility of buying silicone at a discounted rate to bring back to Australia for his tiling business. He returned safely to Australia on May 6th and spent the weekend with his girlfriend and his 4-year-old son. On May 8th, Modesti spoke with his girlfriend on the phone at 10:45 p.m. before going to bed. This would be his last known contact with anyone. On May 9th, he simply vanished. It is believed Michael left his home sometime after 8:30 a.m. the following morning in his dark blue 2005 Mitsubishi Magna 360 sedan. He was reported missing by his family on May 10th. When they attended his home, they found the television on and Michael's personal possessions inside, including his mobile phone and bank cards. However, Michael was nowhere to be found. This is the last known CCTV footage of Michael Modesti, taken 3 days before he went missing. The footage was captured at Adelaide Airport on the morning of May 6th, showing Modesti wearing a light-coloured jacket, emblazoned with the word Lee, light-coloured jeans, and white sneakers. In the footage, Modesti can be seen leaving the airport, looking around as if searching for someone before heading back into the building. Footage of a similar blue sedan was captured travelling around 9:20 a.m. on the morning he went missing. The vehicle was also seen passing a Light City bus at approximately 10:34 a.m. that same day. A woman who exited the bus walked past the car. Michael's vehicle was found 3 days later, parked at West Croydon. The car was unsecured and left about 15 meters south of Torrens Road, just 3 kilometers north of his home address. Michael had no prior history of going missing, and it was highly unusual for him not to contact his family or friends. Police believe that Modesti had connections to drugs and suspect he was possibly murdered because of these ties. Michael Modesti remains missing to this day, and foul play is strongly suspected in his disappearance. It's a sad reality that criminals often look to take advantage of people who are more naive than they are. These individuals become easy targets because they tend to trust those around them. This may have been what led to the disappearance of Rory MacDonald, a 59-year-old man who vanished from Vernon, British Columbia, Canada, in May of 2022. Rory's family states that his life motto was, "Everyone is good people," and that he had immense faith in the kindness of others. However, It's possible that this outlook on life contributed to his disappearance, as he was very trusting. Though this is mere speculation, Rory's former sister-in-law, Adele, described him as the type of person who would do anything to help someone, even if it left him in a tough spot. She called him a big teddy bear of a man and said she couldn't think of why anyone would want to harm him. Unfortunately, the Royal Canadian Mounted Police have suggested otherwise. They strongly suspect that Rory fell victim to foul play. While not many details about the investigation have been made public, Adele shared that the last time she saw Rory was when they were together in the 3300 block of 35th Avenue. They were loading some of his belongings into a car, preparing for him to visit his mother in Kamloops the next day. During this time, Rory received a phone call. He stepped away to take it and never returned. His family grew concerned when no one heard from him over the next 2 days. Knowing Rory's habit of staying in touch, they reported him missing to the RCMP. Investigators later found evidence of a crime in the North Okanagan linked to 2 vehicles, a 2004 grey Honda Accord and a 2002 Volkswagen Passat that had been spray-painted black. Although images of the vehicles have been released, their license plate numbers and the location where they were found have not been disclosed. CCTV footage, believed to be Rory's last sighting, shows him sitting in a chair outside a hotel. It remains unclear whether he entered the building or was merely resting there. The location of the hotel has also not been shared with the public. The RCMP has requested information from anyone who saw the 2 vehicles in the North Okanagan area between May 16th and May 17th, 2022. They believe these vehicles could provide crucial clues to solve the case. Tragically, Rory's family has been informed that evidence suggests he may no longer be alive. Despite this devastating news, his loved ones continue to hold out hope that he will be found. Rory is described as 6 feet 5 inches tall, weighing approximately 230 pounds, with short white hair, a mustache, and a goatee. He also has a distinctive unicorn tattoo on his left bicep. In the CCTV footage, he was seen wearing a black t-shirt with a VCM Storm logo on the front, blue jeans rolled up just below the knees, and dark shoes. He was carrying a black backpack. If you have any information about Rory's case or the vehicles involved, please contact the Royal Canadian Mounted Police at 250-545-7171. Alternatively, you can provide information anonymously through Crime Stoppers at 1-800-222-8477. When someone goes missing without explanation, investigators try to piece together their last known movements in hopes that they'll come across a clue that will lead them to that person. But in some cases, this trail simply goes cold, with no further information found. This was the case in August of 2019, when 36-year-old Bradley Brooks disappeared without a trace from Corpus Christi, Texas, where he and his daughter had only been living for a short time. Bradley's daughter had just moved to Corpus Christi to live with him, and it's for this reason that his family, friends, and investigators believe he didn't choose to disappear. He wasn't the type of person to just abandon his child. On the evening of August 18th, Bradley planned to go on a solo night fishing trip near the local naval air station. After packing his fishing rods and the shrimp he bought for bait, he set out at around 10 p.m. from the house he shared with his girlfriend. But Bradley never returned home as planned, and that was the last time anyone saw him. 5 days later, police received a call about a vehicle abandoned on Stingray Road near the naval base. When officers reached the area, they realized it was Bradley's car. Strangely, they found the hood up, suggesting that Bradley might have encountered engine trouble, or that someone else had tampered with the engine for unknown reasons. After finding no further clues inside the car, police eventually had it towed away. Searches of the area were conducted by Texas EquuSearch, but they made no headway, unable to find anything that pointed to Bradley's whereabouts. Following this, the case quickly went cold, as no witnesses came forward with new information. For nearly a year, there was no progress in the investigation. Then, on June 13th, 2020, a friend of Bradley's family contacted investigators, claiming they might have spotted him at a gas station in Bartlesville, Oklahoma. Investigators traveled to the gas station and obtained CCTV surveillance footage from the time he was allegedly seen. The footage was shown to his family, who stated that the man in question might have been Bradley, though they couldn't make a definitive identification. Bradley's sister, Misty, and her husband, Buck Chapman, made the trip to Oklahoma after learning about this potential sighting. Along with law enforcement, they searched the gas station and the surrounding town. Unfortunately, they came up empty-handed. It later came to light that the man in the footage wasn't Bradley, leaving investigators back at square one. As far as the investigation goes, Bradley's father has once again reached out to the public, urging anyone with information about his son's disappearance to come forward. Bradley is described as having brown hair and brown eyes. He stands 5 feet 6 inches tall and weighs about 165 pounds. At the time of his disappearance, he was wearing a maroon t-shirt, black shorts, and Nike tennis shoes. He also has 2 tattoos, one on his chest depicting a horse with the words, "All fall short of the glory of God," and another on his right arm of an angel's wing. Bradley remains missing to this day. The Corpus Christi Police Department asks anyone with information on his case to contact them at 361-886-2600. Alternatively, you can reach the Texas EquiSearch team at 7281-309-9500. Bradley's case number is MP60180. His family continues to hold out hope, waiting for the day when this mystery can finally be solved and Bradley can be brought back home. The disappearance of a man named Dylan Arthur Samford from Somersworth, New Hampshire is both baffling and heartbreaking. Dylan was reported missing in 2018 and has not been seen or heard from since. At the time, Dylan was planning to move to Salem, New Hampshire. Despite struggling with an illegal substance addiction, he was successfully running a carpet installation business. His family later told police that Dylan had recently completed a 30-day rehabilitation program. They believed he was well on his way to a full recovery, but details would later emerge that cast doubt on this hope. Dylan's family also shared that he was close to his 4-year-old son. They strongly believed he wouldn't simply disappear without staying in contact with his child. This wasn't in his character. Instead, they feared he may have run into trouble. On the night of his disappearance, December 5, 2018, Dylan was last seen leaving a house on Market Street in Somersworth, where he had stayed the night before, around 6:30 p.m. He mentioned he was heading to either the Borderline beverage store or the State Line mini-mart to buy a pack of cigarettes. However, that wasn't the last time anyone heard from him. Dylan later contacted the mother of his son that same evening. During the call, he confessed he had used an illegal substance and mentioned he had to be revived as a result. Surveillance footage from a local store showed Dylan buying items the previous day. He was seen wearing blue jeans, a dark jacket, and black shoes. Clothing investigators believe he was still wearing at the time of his disappearance. When Dylan was reported missing, investigators reviewed his phone records. They found no activity from the time he vanished. Extensive searches of the surrounding area were carried out by state police, fish and game, and canine units, but these efforts proved fruitless. 3 days later, a potential clue surfaced. Dylan's wallet was discovered in the garden of a house about half a mile from the Market Street residence. It was empty, except for medical identification cards belonging to the mother of his son. Despite this, no further leads emerged, and once again, Dylan's case went cold. Over time, his family began to fear the worst. They believed Dylan's disappearance might be tied to his struggles with addiction and suspected he might no longer be alive. Then, something unexpected happened. Strange graffiti began appearing in Somersworth, Dover, and Rochester, the Tri-City area of New Hampshire. The graffiti accused 3 men, naming them directly, and claimed they were responsible for Dylan's death. This shocking revelation gave police their first lead in months. the three men were tracked down and questioned. However, no evidence connected them to Dylan's disappearance. The case remained a missing person investigation, not a homicide. Dylan's father made a heartfelt plea, asking the person responsible for the graffiti to come forward with any information. He begged for answers, but no one stepped forward. In late September, Dylan's cousin Ashley received an anonymous tip. The tipster claimed to have information about Dylan's whereabouts and stated they would contact the Somersworth Police Department. True to their word, the tipster pointed to a house located at 108 Franklin Street. On December 27th, a federal search of the property was conducted by state police, the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms and Explosives, and the Strafford County Sheriff's Office. But Dylan wasn't found. Interestingly, another search was conducted at the Foundry Place housing complex, specifically Building 2. Officers removed several items in evidence bags and interviewed residents. But the purpose and results of these searches remain unclear. Members of the media reviewed court records tied to the searches and found no mention of the three men named in the graffiti. Frustratingly, Dylan's case grew cold once again. Desperate for answers, Dylan's family has now offered a reward for information that leads to him. The reward amount depends on the type of information provided. Dylan is described as having short, spiky brown hair and blue eyes. He stands 5 feet 1 inch tall and weighed approximately 170 pounds at the time of his disappearance. He has several distinctive tattoos, including Roman numerals on the inside of one arm, the Serenity Prayer on his torso, the words "Only the good die young" on his chest, and a cross on his back. If you, or anyone you know, has information that could help bring Dylan home, please contact the Somersworth Police Department at 603-692-3131. If you prefer to remain anonymous, use the tip line at 603-692-9111. Dylan's loved ones continue to search for answers, clinging to hope, but haunted by the uncertainty of what happened to him. 15 years ago, a tragic case of mistaken identity claimed the life of 20-year-old Adam Chadwick in Leeds, England. Despite CCTV footage, multiple leads, and relentless efforts by his family, justice remains elusive. On June 24, 2008, Adam was visiting his sister Gemma to help her prepare for her upcoming wedding. It was just days after his daughter's 3rd birthday, and Adam was in high spirits, sharing a warm, typical family evening. Gemma's fiancé had even been planning to ask Adam to be his best man. Their quiet evening took a dark turn at around 9:40 p.m. when a woman knocked on the door. None of them recognized her. She asked for someone named Michelle, but the family explained there was no one by that name living there. The woman left, but instead of disappearing into the night, she began knocking on other doors in the neighborhood, still asking for Michelle. An hour later, the woman returned. This time, she wasn't alone. Accompanying her were 3 men, wearing masks and dressed in military-style camouflage clothing. Again, they demanded to see Michelle. Gemma's fiancé tried to explain that they didn't know anyone by that name, but the men forced their way into the house. Adam managed to push the door shut briefly, but the attackers forced it open again. One of the intruders brandished a firearm and fired 2 shots. 1 bullet struck Adam. With their brutal task done, the masked men fled, leaving the family in shock and horror. Adam was rushed to the hospital, but despite the doctor's efforts, he passed away a few days later. In the immediate aftermath, Adam's family hoped the crime would be solved swiftly. Adam was well liked, and the viciousness of the attack made it seem improbable that the perpetrators could remain hidden for long. However, reality proved different. Early in the investigation, police identified some key leads. The attackers fled the scene in a blue Ford C-Max with the registration plate Y54SBV. The car was found abandoned nearby, with evidence suggesting an attempt had been made to set it on fire. The rear driver's side tire had been replaced with a spare. The vehicle had been reported stolen weeks earlier from Little London, an area in Leeds. CCTV footage from June 20th, just days before the murder, showed the car at a BP garage on Roundhay Road, Chapeltown. The footage captured the driver filling the rear tire with air, suggesting it had a puncture. Investigators believe this prompted the criminals to replace it before committing the crime. Another CCTV clip showed the mysterious woman running from the crime scene. Unfortunately, the footage was too grainy and distant to provide much clarity. However, police created a composite sketch based on descriptions from neighbors who had seen her knocking on doors earlier that evening. The woman was described as being in her late 20s, around 5 feet 5 inches tall, with a very thin frame, olive skin, dark brown hair, and prominent cheekbones. On the night of the attack, she was reportedly wearing a black fleece over a round neck top. To this day, one of the central questions of this case remains unanswered: who is Michelle? Police believe Adam was the unintended victim of a mistaken identity. Identifying the intended target could potentially unravel the mystery and lead investigators to the perpetrators. It is also unclear what role the woman played in the attack. Was she coerced into being a decoy, or was she an active participant? Could she have connections to the masked men, or was she merely a pawn in their plan? Despite early arrests in the case, no charges were ever filed. The investigation stalled, leaving Adam's devastated family without closure. Over the years, Adam's family has made numerous appeals for information, offering a reward to encourage anyone with knowledge to come forward. The case remains cold, but the hope for justice persists. If you have any information that could help solve this crime, please contact West Yorkshire Police at 101 or Crime Stoppers at 0800555111. Adam Chadwick's family continues to search for answers, holding on to the hope that one day those responsible for his senseless murder will be brought to justice. On the evening of Wednesday, July 29th, 2015, Stephen McCary went out with his brother and friends to Lucky's Tavern, a popular bar in downtown Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Stephen's brother left around 11 p.m., advising Stephen, who was visibly intoxicated, to go home safely. However, Stephen decided to stay a bit longer, and at around 1:30 a.m., he and his friends left the bar with plans to meet up at a nearby Walgreens parking lot to decide on their next move. But Stephen never showed up at Walgreens, and his friends never saw him again. Stephen, who was 25 at the time, lived with his parents and worked as a professional poker dealer at a casino in Hallandale Beach, near Fort Lauderdale. When he didn't come home the next day or show up for work, his family quickly sensed something was wrong. Authorities initially reported that several surveillance cameras were positioned around the area where Stephen was last seen, but gathering and reviewing the footage could take weeks. In the meantime, investigators interviewed friends and family who last saw him. Fearing that he might have had an accident due to his intoxicated state, police searched several lakes and ponds nearby. The investigation became even more challenging when they discovered that Stephen's phone battery had died while he was still at the bar, making it impossible to track him through his phone. At the time of his disappearance, Stephen was a father to a 1-year-old daughter and had a long-term girlfriend with whom he had future plans, including marriage. His loved ones insisted he wouldn't simply walk away from his life without a word. Disturbingly, evidence later uncovered suggested that his disappearance might not have been voluntary. 2 weeks into the investigation, police found that Stephen had used his credit card at a gas station in Pompano Beach about an hour after leaving the bar, which was puzzling since it required a 15-mile detour. Surveillance footage showed Stephen entering the store at 2:26 a.m., clearly intoxicated, as he stumbled while shopping for snacks. He seemed to be at ease, even chatting briefly with 2 young women in the store, although this interaction occurred outside the camera's view. About a week later, additional CCTV footage from the gas station emerged, shifting the direction of the investigation. This footage captured Stephen standing next to his 2013 white Ford Fusion in the parking lot, seemingly engaged in a tense exchange with the driver of an unidentified silver sedan. As the sedan pulled away, Stephen threw his drink at the car and gestured in frustration. Moments later, the silver sedan circled back, pulling up behind Stephen's car. Stephen then got into his car and drove off, but the silver sedan immediately followed him, speeding after his vehicle. This was the last time anyone saw Stephen. The police identified the driver of the silver sedan as an African-American man who had briefly entered the gas station shirtless just before the altercation. But his identity remains unknown. For the past 8 years, Fort Lauderdale police have been searching for any trace of Stephen's car, but his license plate was never picked up by local scanners, suggesting he never left the area. Authorities have conducted extensive searches, combing over 20 bodies of water in the Fort Lauderdale area, yet no trace of Stephen or his car has been found. Strangely, these searches did uncover nearly 20 other vehicles, some with bullet holes or reported as stolen, but none related to Stephen's case. As of 2023, detectives and investigators are still left wondering if Stephen was involved in a tragic accident that night, or if he fell victim to something more sinister. His family continues to hope for answers, and the mystery of his disappearance endures. Dalibor Dale Pantic, a 34-year-old man known by his nickname Caliber, was last seen by a friend on the night of April 10, 2019, at a farm in Perry Bridge, Victoria, Australia. His sudden disappearance raised concerns, and the following day, police stated that they would be searching the bushland off Forest Road, hoping to locate either Dale or his vehicle. However, since being reported missing, Dale has not made any contact with friends or family. His social media accounts have been inactive, and there has been no activity on his bank accounts. When the initial search efforts yielded no trace of him or his vehicle, police issued multiple public appeals, hoping to gain information from witnesses. His disappearance was considered highly unusual, and investigators were certain that someone in the community knew what had happened to him or who was involved. Authorities believe he may have been heading to Melbourne to see his 2 older daughters, but never arrived and has not been heard from since. Days after he went missing, CCTV footage revealed Dale's car, a 2005 silver Ford Falcon, leaving an address in Sale 2 nights later. However, police were able to confirm that Dale was not the one driving the car, prompting a drone search in the Labatouche area to follow this lead. Despite the sighting, no further information emerged at the time, leaving his loved ones in limbo. Over a year later, in May 2020, Dale's car was found during a bushland search in Bunyip State Forest, over 90 miles from where he was last seen. The vehicle was sent for forensic testing in hopes of uncovering any evidence that could explain his disappearance. During the investigation, police revealed that Dale was actively involved in a small, close-knit community dealing with illegal substances, particularly in sourcing and distribution. This revelation led them to believe there was only a slim chance he might still be alive. Adding to these concerns, Dale's phone was later found with some of his associates in Wurruk, near Sale. In addition to the discovery of his car, there were several reported sightings of it across Melbourne after Dale was last seen. The first was at a gas station on the Princes Freeway around 12:30 a.m. on April 12th, followed by another sighting on Eastlink near the Springvale Road, Ringwood Bypass around noon the same day. A third sighting placed the car near the High Street Road and Ferntree Gully Road exit not long after. Each sighting added to the mystery of who might have been driving Dale's car and what might have happened to him. Dale is described as 5 feet 8 inches tall, with a solid build, brown hair, and brown eyes. Police are urging anyone with information on his whereabouts or with details about his car's movements to contact Crime Stoppers at 1-8003-33000. His family and friends continue to search for answers, hoping for any lead that might explain his unexplained disappearance. Brian Macwan, a 42-year-old man from Plean, Central Scotland, has been missing since September 21st, 2017. He was last seen in the Gillespie Terrace area, and possibly in the Gaymere Drive area, in the early hours of September 22nd. Brian is described as 5 feet 10 inches tall and slim, with short brown hair, blue eyes, and tattoos on his fingers. At the time of his disappearance, he was wearing light grey tracksuit pants with black stripes, a black Nike baseball cap, black and grey trainers, and a black G-Star jacket. CCTV footage captured Brian walking near the Klansman pub on Main Street, where 2 other individuals, a man and a woman walking their dogs, along with another man outside the pub, were also seen. The police are looking to identify and speak with these people, hoping they might have seen Brian that night or have useful information about his whereabouts. Brian's fiancée, Janet Wales, has faced online accusations suggesting she might know more about his disappearance or could even be involved, which she has publicly denied. Janet shared that the couple had argued about Brian's use of Valium, which she disapproved of, especially given his history of violent behavior when using the drug. Brian had a difficult past, having served a life sentence for the murder of Andrew Robertson, and was released on license in January 2017. On the night he went missing, Janet and Brian argued about his Valium use. Later that evening, Janet called the police, and shortly after, they went out to get takeout food. During the outing, Brian was reportedly behaving erratically. Janet eventually left him, expecting he would return home later, but he never did. She reported him missing the following day. Since then, a Facebook page accusing Janet of involvement in his disappearance has been created. Police have advised her to ignore these allegations as there is no evidence supporting them. Janet has voiced her concern that Brian may have met with foul play, particularly noting his uncollected medication as a troubling sign. Authorities are encouraging anyone with information about Brian's disappearance to contact Crime Stoppers. Goffredo Bondinelli, a 56-year-old German national and passionate hill walker, has been missing since May 2016. Goffredo was last seen on May 3, 2016, when he boarded a train in Fort William, Scotland, headed for Lairg. He had planned a challenging 5-day, 47-mile trek, expecting to return on May 8th. However, when he failed to come back, concerns grew, and he has been unaccounted for ever since. Goffredo was known to be well prepared for outdoor adventures, carrying a green tent and a dark rucksack. He stands around 5 feet 10 inches tall with an athletic build, dark and grey hair, and may have had stubble or a light white beard at the time. CCTV footage captured him on the train, dressed in dark outdoor clothing, ready for the journey ahead. Following his disappearance, extensive search efforts were launched by the police, RAF Mountain Rescue, and the Coast Guard along his intended route. Despite these thorough searches, no trace of Goffredo was found. Authorities continue to appeal to the public, urging anyone who was in the area around that time, or who may have seen someone matching Goffredo's description to come forward with information. Although months of investigation and search efforts followed, no new leads or sightings have surfaced, and Goffredo's whereabouts remain a mystery. His family and the authorities are still hoping for answers, as his case remains open. Erin Valenti, a 33-year-old CEO of a tech company known as Tinker Ventures, was described as highly accomplished. She founded Tinker Ventures, a website and smartphone app developer. Erin was responsible for a global team of around 120 employees. She had previously worked as the director of product development for Overstock.com, where she supervised 260 engineers. Many described her as intelligent, compassionate, and having a great sense of humor. Erin was originally from Fairport, New York, and resided in Salt Lake City, Utah, with her husband. In late September of 2019, Erin and her family's lives took a dark turn. The CEO embarked on a business trip to a 3-day workshop in Silicon Valley. It was here that she would explore new technologies. Erin's last Facebook post, dated September 25th, read, "Heading to San Francisco and Los Angeles soon. Who's around? DM me." She was expected to return to Utah on October 7th. That afternoon, she met up with a former colleague on Sand Hill Road. The former colleague later reported that nothing seemed out of the ordinary during their meeting. But soon after, things took a bizarre and troubling turn. After leaving her friend and heading to the airport, Erin made several strange phone calls to her family. Her behavior was frantic, erratic, and completely out of character. At around 3:30 p.m., she called her parents, saying she couldn't find her rental car. Eventually, she located the grey Nissan Murano and stayed on the phone with her mother and father. But just as they began to think the situation might be under control, Erin said something deeply unsettling. She told them, "It's all a game. It's a thought experiment. We're in the Matrix." This cryptic statement would be the last thing her parents heard from her. Erin never boarded her flight that evening and failed to attend a ceremony scheduled for the following day. Deeply concerned, her husband and parents filed a missing person report. They provided police with the car's make, model, and license plate, as well as details of her unusual behavior. However, the San Jose Police Department delayed filing the report until October 10th, stating Erin was voluntarily missing. Tragically, 5 days later, the search for Erin came to an end. She was found in the back seat of her rental car. The vehicle was parked on a quiet residential street in the Almaden neighborhood of San Jose, just half a mile from her last known location. Erin had passed away. Authorities found no signs of physical harm, and the cause of death was initially undetermined. An autopsy performed by the San Jose Medical Examiner's Office later revealed that Erin had died of natural causes during an acute manic episode. However, this conclusion raised more questions than answers. What triggered the manic episode? How did it lead to her untimely death? Erin Valenti's case remains a haunting mystery. Her sudden passing left her loved ones and the community searching for answers about the strange and tragic events that unfolded. The disappearance of 43-year-old Anna Maciejewska from Malvern, Pennsylvania was, at first, thought to be a routine missing person investigation. But a year after she vanished, it was upgraded to a homicide investigation when some disturbing information came to light. Anna originally hails from Poland, and a few weeks before she vanished, she'd been planning to go back there for a visit since her father's 80th birthday was coming up. She'd been in steady contact with her family while working as an actuary in the US. She had a 4-year-old son, and according to her co-workers, was diligent in her duties and got along well with everyone. She immigrated to the United States in 1997, after which she started studying at the University of Louisville in Kentucky. She had already attained 2 bachelor's degrees from Warsaw University, but furthered her education in the US as she wanted to obtain a master's degree in mathematics. She soon found a job with Voya Financial, known then as ING. Following this, her relationship with her boyfriend, who'd come to the US with her, ended. On one occasion, she decided to go on a ski trip where she would meet Alan Gould, the man who she would eventually marry. Their relationship was doing well until 2016, when she unfortunately had a miscarriage, an event that understandably had an adverse effect on her mental state. The couple's relationship started to deteriorate, with Anna feeling that Alan wasn't being supportive. He was spending a lot of time looking after their son, for whom Anna was trying to get a Polish passport so that he could get to know her parents when they visited them in their home country. This caused further trouble in the relationship since Alan didn't want their son to become a dual citizen. After a while, she resorted to attending support groups where she could speak openly about her problems and the issues in her marriage. This is something that her friends and family would only be made aware of later on. On the 28th of March, 2017, Anna had a conversation with her mother on the phone, in which she stated that she wanted to fly home to surprise her father for his birthday, along with Alan and their son. She seemed very excited about the trip and stated that she would let her mother know all the details once they had been arranged. But strangely, on the 29th of March, she sent a text message to her mother that simply read, "Sorry, I can't come. Kisses, Anna." The message was sent in Polish. Then, On the 30th, Anna's father received a text from her number wishing him a happy birthday. But the message seemed suspicious since it was written in badly worded Polish, a mistake that Anna would never have made since she was fluent in her native tongue. Her parents immediately started suspecting that the message was typed by someone pretending to be Anna, and they immediately tried to call her, but got no answer. Over the next few days, they tried in vain to contact her, and they started to worry that something had happened to her. They managed to contact Alan, who then told them that Anna wasn't feeling well, but he promised to have her call them when she was feeling better. Anna's manager told investigators that he received a text message from her on the 3rd of April, in which she informed him that she would not be coming to work that week. But this message also raised suspicion, since he and Anna's co-workers knew she would have called under normal circumstances, rather than send a text. The week passed by, and she was expected to be back at work on the 10th of April, but didn't show. Alan then claimed that she recovered and was ready to go back to work, but that she had run out of their house that morning in a state of panic. He assumed that she was late for work, but was then told that she never arrived for her shift. Anna's manager started to suspect something was wrong and contacted the police, who traveled to the couple's house to perform a welfare check. But no one was home. When she didn't arrive for work again the next day, her manager, not Alan, reported her as missing. Alan did open a missing person case the next day after calling Anna's parents and telling them that she had gone to work the previous morning and never come home. When asked why he waited so long, he stated that he was waiting to see if she came back. When the house was searched, Anna's phone, passport, and wallet were found, something that her friends found very strange, since she usually had these items with her. A Facebook page was created to raise awareness about her disappearance. When Alan found out about this, he became upset and stated that he wanted nothing to do with the social media campaigns, adding even more suspicion. Unfortunately, the page didn't result in any leads. On the 8th of May, Anna's car, a 2011 Audi A4, was found abandoned in the most unlikely of areas. The parking lot of a hiking trail in a private community called Charlestown Meadows Development. The car had been backed into the parking space, something Anna's friends stated she would never do. The car and the surrounding areas were searched, but nothing was found. The trail was then also searched, but with the same result. Despite the assistance of volunteers from the community, Alan aided in the search, but then stopped cooperating with the police. Investigators learned that Anna had a second house that she and Alan used for storage. In 2019, a search warrant was issued for it to be searched. It wasn't revealed what was found in the house, but as soon as the search was completed, investigators revealed that the case had been upgraded to a homicide investigation and that Alan was a person of interest. Investigators revealed that they had proof that Alan was being less than truthful about what he knew, since he had information that could progress the case, but refused to cooperate. He also refused to speak to any of her friends, colleagues, or reporters, and has not given a reason as to why. Anna's disappearance has had an adverse effect on her parents' health, but they remain hopeful that she is still alive and will eventually be found. A $30,000 reward is being offered to anyone who comes forward with information leading to Anna's case being solved. Anna is described as having brown shoulder-length hair and hazel eyes, standing 5 feet 4 inches tall and weighing 160 pounds. Unfortunately, it isn't known what she was wearing at the time that she went missing, but is known to wear an engagement ring and a wedding band. If you or anyone you know has information on this case, you're asked to contact the Pennsylvania State Police at 610-486-6280. Anna's case number is MP 38570. The disappearance of 40-year-old Amber Manthorne took place on the 7th of July, 2022, and, at first, investigators were baffled and asked for the public's assistance in the case. But it's since come to light that someone close to her may have been responsible. Amber hails from Port Alberni, Vancouver Island, one of the country's largest islands. Her older sister Shannon describes her as a fun-loving and spirited person, who keeps everyone on their toes. When she was a child, she added that Amber was someone who worked hard, made sure to look after herself, and had a lot to look forward to in her life. She decided to possibly get married and have children one day, something that did not appeal to her in the past. She was well known and liked in her community, and her family states that people still come up to them on the streets often to ask if there have been any developments in her case, despite it being more than 2 years old. It's unclear who reported Amber missing, but sources state that this was done on the 8th of July 2022, after she'd not been seen or heard from for more than 24 hours. That's when the Royal Canadian Mounted Police appealed to the public to be on the lookout for her while they started their investigation. The following day, her family became even more concerned for her well-being when her car, a white 2021 Jeep Compass, was found abandoned just south of Nanaimo, and the case was handed over to the Vancouver Island Integrated Major Crime Unit. Following this, Amber's family, friends and volunteers from the community started a search in the backcountry areas between Port Alberni and Nanaimo, where her Jeep was found. The search lasted for weeks, but no further clues were found. During interviews with those close to her, it was revealed that she was likely in the company of her boyfriend, Justin Hall, and that he was likely the last one to see her before she vanished. But when investigators spoke to him, he stated that he hadn't seen her that day and that he had no idea what may have happened to her. Unfortunately, Justin passed away shortly before the first anniversary of Amber's disappearance, though it's not been revealed how he lost his life. This means that any information he may have had on the case is now forever lost. Investigators have since asked that anyone who was close to Justin and who may have information on the case come forward, since he's now considered to be the #1 suspect in her disappearance thanks to further leads that were uncovered during the investigation. This includes some very suspicious activity that was captured by CCTV security cameras. The footage was obtained from a Husky gas station on 3rd Avenue and has since been released to the public in case they have more information on what is seen in the video. It shows Amber's Jeep arriving at the gas station, but when the driver steps out, it's Justin, not Amber. He's then seen opening the driver's side back door and removing a large blue suitcase from the back seat. He takes it to the back of the car, opens the trunk, and attempts to put it in the trunk. But as is seen in the footage, he's unable to fit it due to a large plastic tote that's already in the trunk, and after many unsuccessful attempts, he's forced to return the suitcase to the back seat. Neither the plastic tote nor the suitcase have ever been found, and it's unclear whether they'll shed light on anything in the case. But investigators feel strongly that they will. They believe there is foul play involved, and that Justin knew what had happened to her. They've since released a timeline in the case, starting on the 7th of July, when Amber was captured on security footage at 3:27 p.m. inside of a BYOW Foods in Port Alberni. She made a few purchases at the store and was then seen leaving in her car. Her Jeep was seen again driving west on Pacific Rim Highway at 3:35 p.m. and shortly after, she arrived at her house and she was never seen again. The next day, at 12:22 a.m., Justin made a call to United Cabs, where he ordered a taxi. The cab was seen heading in a westerly direction. Keep in mind that this was just after midnight. About 4 hours later, at 4:17 a.m., Amber's car is seen driving on the Pacific Rim Highway, headed in the direction of Port Alberni. Following this, he traveled to the gas station, where he was seen trying to rearrange the luggage that he had in the vehicle. The Jeep is then seen once again at a McDonald's restaurant on Johnston Road, where Justin buys some food at 7:02 a.m. An hour later, Amber's colleagues realized that she didn't show up for work, and at 9:22 a.m., Justin was seen buying items at a Walmart in Nanaimo. This was about 4.5 hours after he was captured by cameras at the gas station. His suspicious behavior continued after this, as he was planning on traveling to the mainland in Amber's Jeep without informing anyone. It's known that he purchased a ferry ticket at the Duke Point terminal, after which he fell in behind the other cars that were waiting to be loaded. But then, he seemingly had second thoughts, as he could be seen leaving the queue just after 11 a.m., never getting on the ferry and driving away. The next day, investigators were informed that the Jeep had been found, but that Amber was nowhere to be seen. Searches were conducted in the areas surrounding the car, but nothing further was found. Investigators stated that they believed Amber owned a phone case that held several bank and credit cards and had asked the public to be on the lookout for it since it was never found. Justin's cell phone was also never recovered. Strangely, Amber's phone pinged off several towers in the Alberni Valley area for days after she disappeared, and it may be a vital clue in the case. The authorities have since revealed that they believe Amber is no longer alive, and that she likely met with foul play, possibly at the hands of her boyfriend. But since he can't be interviewed, this remains speculation. Investigators have asked that anyone with information on the case contact the Port Alberni RCMP at 250-723-2424, quoting police file number 2022-6674. Alternatively, you can contact Crime Stoppers at 1-800-222-8477. Tiara Taylor was born on the 16th of November 1991 to Kenneth Taylor. In the early months of 2020, Tiara's life began to take a turn. It was a favorable turn initially. She was overcoming addiction issues and turning her life around. During this time, she started working at a call center and was living with her on-again, off-again boyfriend. Occasionally, she stayed with a friend in nearby Lakeland in her car, or with another man in Plant City, Florida. In early February of that year, her good streak came to an end. Tiara dropped her boyfriend off on Cowart Road in Plant City and left around 4 p.m. that afternoon. She mentioned she would be meeting up with a friend in Lakeland. By 7 p.m., however, a local police officer discovered something that sparked concern in the community. On the 900 block of East Trapnell Road, west of Tucker Road in Plant City, the officer found a black 2000 Toyota Celica. It was Tiara's car. The vehicle's faded paint only added to the eeriness of the scene. The engine was still running, the driver's door was ajar, and the car sat across railroad tracks that were no longer in use. The tracks were just 1 mile away from her boyfriend's residence. The officer moved the car off the tracks but failed to run the plates or notify the owner. There was no one at the scene. Tiara was nowhere to be found, and she has not been heard from since. A few days later, her family filed a missing person report with the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office after learning her car had been found and was still sitting where the officer had parked it. The investigation soon began. Authorities suggested the vehicle had been left on the tracks sometime after she dropped off her boyfriend. When evaluating the scene, they found Tiara's car keys and wallet, which contained her debit card and license. Her cell phone was discovered on the ground outside the car. Police turned their attention to Tiara's boyfriend, one of the last people to see her, along with his friend and the friend's father. Extensive searches were conducted for weeks. The area around the railroad tracks was thoroughly combed, but no sign of Tiara was found. Then, on the 26th of February, a haunting discovery was made. Near the area where Tiara's car had been abandoned, her shoes were found resting on a drainage pipe. Nearby, a light pole displayed Tiara's missing person poster, eerily flapping in the wind. Investigators believe her shoes had been placed there shortly after her disappearance. To this day, no evidence or motive for foul play has been found, and the case remains active and ongoing. A $10,000 reward is being offered for any information leading to Tiara's whereabouts. Tiara Taylor is described as 5 feet 6 inches tall and weighing around 170 pounds. She has brown or red hair and brown eyes. She also has several tattoos, including an infinity symbol on her chest, a ladybug on her left leg, a rose on her inner forearm, a sun on her right thigh, and 2 X's on her shoulder. At the time of her disappearance, she was last seen wearing a grey, blue, white and red striped mini dress, tan knee-high boots, and a pink sweater. If you have any information about this case, please contact the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office at 813-247-8200. Pepita, Madeline Redhair's story, begins in the heart of New Mexico. She was born on August 4, 1992, and became part of the Native American Navajo tribe. She grew up in a small town known as Crown Point, located in the Navajo Nation in McKinley County, New Mexico. In 2020, the 27-year-old was working at Hot Topic, the pop culture and music apparel store in Albuquerque. Pepita was also attending the University of New Mexico and had dreams of one day becoming an engineer or a teacher. She was known to split her time between living with her mother, Anita King, in Crown Point, and living with her boyfriend, Nicholas K., in Albuquerque. On March 24, 2020, Anita dropped her daughter off at the 1000 block of Clement Street Southwest at Nicholas's house. 3 days later, she tried to make contact with Pepita, but her calls and text messages went unanswered. Over the next couple of days, she continued her efforts to establish contact with her daughter, but to no avail. Pepita was never seen or heard from again. On March 28th, a missing person report was filed with the Albuquerque Police Department. Just 2 days later, Anita received a text back, but it wasn't from her daughter. The message came from a man claiming that someone had sold him Pepita's phone. Authorities were slow to react, failing to classify the case as a disappearance. They claimed she was an adult, free to travel or vanish on her own accord. The investigation into her disappearance was further delayed during the pandemic restrictions, which stopped police from conducting in-person interviews with witnesses. On April 19, 2020, Nicholas ended up filing his own missing person report with the police. According to him, the two had gone out on the evening of March 26th, where they met another man. Later that same evening, the couple had an argument, which resulted in Pepita leaving the residence on foot. Nicholas would later reveal that he received a message from Pepita's phone on March 27th. The message explained that she was with another man, possibly the same man they had met the previous night. After this, he never heard from her again. Nicholas maintains his innocence in the disappearance. However, friends and relatives believe that he may be the one behind it, as claims of domestic violence marred their relationship. According to one article, Pepita may have been seen on 2nd Street and the freeway in May, panhandling, but this sighting remains unconfirmed. Authorities have found no evidence or motive for foul play in the case, leaving it active and ongoing. Pepita has been described as a Native American or Alaskan native. She has brown hair and brown eyes. At the time of her disappearance, she was 5 feet 1 inch tall and weighed around 140 pounds. Anyone with information about this missing person case can contact the Albuquerque Police Department at 505-768-2020. In November 2009, 21-year-old Christina Whitaker from Hannibal, Missouri, was excited as she was planning on having a night out with a group of her friends. It had been a long time since she had done so, since she had recently given birth and hadn't had time for anything besides taking care of her new baby. Christina had arranged for her boyfriend, Travis Blackwell, to take care of her daughter at her mother's house. He was happy to help, since Christina's mother, Cindy, was out of town, and he knew that Christina needed some time away. He then gave Christina a ride to Rookie Sports Bar, where she met up with her friends for a well-deserved night of relaxation. Travis would later tell investigators that he dropped her off between 8:30 and 8:45 p.m. The night wouldn't go to plan though, as Christina has never been seen or heard from again. When Travis woke up the next morning, he realized that Christina wasn't in the house, and he started to panic, since she wouldn't just stay away without informing him. He then called Cindy and told her that he was unable to get a hold of Christina. Cindy immediately started traveling back home, and Travis arranged for a family member to look after Christina's daughter, since he had to report for a shift at work that same morning. Christina's cell phone was found outside of an apartment complex near the sports bar by a member of the public, and it was handed to the police. But when it was searched, nothing of importance was found. During the investigation into Christina's disappearance, Travis stated that he'd received a phone call from her at around 10:30, during which she offered to bring home some food when she returned. She added that she was planning on being home at around midnight and that she would contact him if she couldn't find a ride. But this is where things get a little murky. Some people who were present in the bar that night stated that Christina was asked to leave just before midnight, as she'd become intoxicated and got into an argument with another patron. When she was kicked out, her friends decided to stay at the bar, with one of them stating that they didn't want to go to jail because of her. The bartender, a woman who knew Christina, stated that she saw her arguing with someone over the phone and that she was crying uncontrollably before being taken out of the bar via the back door. But a bouncer at the establishment stated that he saw her again enter the bar a short while later in the company of an unknown man. Several other witnesses described seeing her leave with 4 men, while one of her friends claims that she was seen outside the bar, sitting in a car with 2 of them. Christina was reported as missing by her mother on Sunday the 15th of November. But investigators didn't think it was an urgent matter since they thought she just needed some time to herself. But when she remained missing a few days later, they reassessed the situation and an investigation was launched. There was no sign of Christina anywhere, but soon speculation began to run rife as to what could have happened to her. Some people believe that Travis had something to do with her disappearance, but Christina's mother strongly disagrees, since he didn't have any motive to harm her. It has been suggested that the relationship between Christina and Travis was an abusive one. Both Travis and the father of Christina's baby, a man named Justin Johnston, were asked to take polygraph tests, which Johnston passed, but Travis failed. This gave rise to further theories that he was involved somehow, but this has never been proven. 2 weeks after Christina disappeared, someone contacted the police to report that she'd been kidnapped by a group of men who were involved in human trafficking, and that they had relocated her to Peoria, Illinois. This theory was further bolstered by a report from a store clerk in Peoria who stated that she saw Christina a short while after the investigation started. A waitress from the same area also reported seeing her, and she was convinced that it was indeed Christina that she saw. Then came the most worrying of all the sightings. A woman contacted the police to state that she and Christina had been in the same mental health hospital in Peoria, and that Christina confided in her that she was being trafficked. There's also the possibility that the medication that Christina was taking mixed badly with the alcohol that she was drinking that night, and that she accidentally fell into the Mississippi River. Given the cold conditions of that evening, she may have suffered from hypothermia and passed away. But this is mere speculation, as no sign of this was ever found. Christina's family believes that she is still alive somewhere, and they hold out hope that she will be tracked down in the future. If you have any information on what happened to her that night, or her current whereabouts, you're asked to contact the Hannibal Police Department at 573-221-0987. A $10,000 reward is offered to anyone who supplies investigators with information leading to Christina's whereabouts. Though her case has now gone cold, it remains open, and investigators continue to look for clues that may reveal what happened that night. Danette Tanis was out celebrating her 54th birthday with friends when she was last seen on October 8, 2024. Over 2 months later, what happened to her remains a mystery. Danette, a Native American living on the Flathead Reservation, was one of 3 siblings and very close to her family, including her older sister, Dana. She had 3 children, a grandchild whom she loved dearly, and many friends in the community. Danette was known for being very outgoing. The last time her sister spoke to Danette was a few weeks before her birthday. On her birthday, Dana stopped by Danette's home to drop off some food, but no one was home. Dana wasn't worried at first, assuming Danette was out celebrating and carrying on with her normal routine. There had been nothing unusual leading up to her disappearance to suggest anything was wrong. Dana wasn't alarmed when she didn't hear from her sister on her birthday. She was away on a trip out of town and had no reason to believe Danette wouldn't be there when she returned. It was their brother who first raised the alarm. Danette didn't carry a phone, and the family was used to having trouble getting in touch with her. However, Danette always made sure to stay in contact every few days. When her brother hadn't heard from her in a while, he started to worry. He contacted Dana, who confirmed that she also hadn't spoken to their sister. Normally, Danette would have spent her birthday week celebrating with friends, but none of them had seen or heard from her since October 8th. When the family realized something was wrong, they contacted the police to report her as a missing person. It soon emerged that Danette had last been seen near Buffalo Bridge in Lake County, Montana. Initially, reports stated that she had gone out with a friend in a truck, and they had taken turns using an ATV. While the friend was on the ATV, it broke down, and it took a while for them to return to the truck. Later reports clarified that she had been out with friends, and they became separated when the vehicle they were using broke down. The friends searched the nearby area for any sign of Danette, but no trace of her was found. Searches focused around the Buffalo Bridge area where she was last seen. The bridge crosses over the Flathead River, and the area is generally very rural. Early search efforts were delayed by heavy rain, but search and rescue teams continued their work. They used drones, water sonar boats, tracking dogs, horses, and ATVs to comb the area, but no trace of her was found. Danette was wearing flip-flops when she was last seen, and her sister believes it would have been difficult for her to get very far without losing them. She also believes it's unlikely that Danette would have entered the water, as she suffered from arthritis and knew that swimming would cause her pain. Danette is described as being about 5 feet 9 inches and weighing 180 pounds. She had dark brown hair and hazel eyes, and was last seen wearing a denim jacket over a white shirt and denim shorts. Anyone with information on the case should contact the Lake County Sheriff's Office at 406-883-7301. While some missing person cases make headlines and gain worldwide attention, most do not. Families and friends are often left struggling to raise awareness while desperately searching for their loved ones. This has been the harsh reality for the loved ones of Sharon Marie Cleveland. Sharon, also known as Sherry, disappeared in September 2024, leaving no trace. She was 57 years old at the time and lived in Daytona Beach, Florida. Sharon was well known in her community as the cat lady, lovingly caring for the local cats and doting on her pets. Despite her compassion, Sharon faced significant struggles, including ongoing mental health challenges. She had 2 daughters who lived out of state, but they maintained regular contact. The last time her daughter, Noel, spoke to her was on September 16th, just 2 days before Sharon vanished. Sharon lived with roommates and rarely went anywhere alone, as those close to her worried about her safety. On the afternoon of September 18th, between 3 o'clock and 3:30 p.m., Sharon left her home, saying she was going for a drive. She didn't specify where she was headed. This wasn't unusual for her. With a broken air conditioning unit at home, Sharon often drove around to listen to music and enjoy the cool air in her car. When she didn't return home, her loved ones grew concerned. A few days later, one of the people helping care for Sharon contacted her daughter, Noel, to inform her that Sharon was missing. Sharon's phone had run out of battery, and no one had been able to reach her. Sharon's family tried to file a missing person report immediately, but authorities initially didn't see cause for alarm. However, her family insisted that it was completely out of character for Sharon to disappear without a word. Eventually, the report was filed, and an official search began. CCTV footage later revealed Sharon had been at a Walmart on Polynesian Isle Boulevard on the morning of September 19th. Her vehicle was also spotted on camera, but an unidentified man was inside. Sharon herself was not seen in the car, and it's unclear if she left with the man or if they became separated. Her vehicle was missing for some time after her disappearance. According to Noel, its license plate tags were picked up on the highway on September 19th, in an area Sharon was unfamiliar with and had no known connections to. Eventually, the car was located and towed, but authorities have not disclosed where it was found. Despite police appeals for information, few leads have emerged in Sharon's case. She remains missing, and her family continues to search for answers. Sharon is described as being 5 feet 7 inches tall and weighing approximately 100 pounds. She has multiple tattoos, including a tree on her back, flowers on her chest, and a moon on her calf. If you have any information about Sharon's disappearance, please contact the investigating authorities at 3866715249. Her family and friends are desperate for closure and hope that someone will come forward with the information they need. On September 17, 2021, a 28-year-old woman was found in southeast London at Car Park in Kidbrooke. She was later identified as Sabina Nessa, a primary school teacher at Rushy Green. Sabina had left her home around 8:30 p.m. on AEL Road with plans to meet a friend at the Depot Bar. It would have only taken her about 5 minutes to get there. Her body was discovered the next day by a member of the public walking their dog in CER Park. A man in his 40s was initially arrested on suspicion of the murder, but was later released, as there was no evidence to hold him. Shortly after, another arrest was made after CCTV footage was released, showing a man in a dark-colored shirt and grey pants. The footage showed him walking into view of the camera with something in his hands that authorities believed could be vital to the case. He was seen looking over his shoulder before pulling up his hoodie. This footage was taken in Pegler Square on the night Sabina was attacked. Additionally, a CCTV image of a silver vehicle was released, believed to belong to the suspect. Detective Chief Inspector Neil John from the Met's Special Crime Command said his team was working hard to bring the suspect to justice. He explained that they had conducted a thorough search of CCTV footage and asked anyone in the Kidbrooke, Lewisham and Greenwich areas to look closely at the images and video in hopes someone could identify the man. A map showing the main locations of the investigation was also provided. John mentioned that the images had received significant coverage and the investigation was making good progress. Anyone with information was encouraged to contact the incident room at 020872114266 or Crime Stoppers anonymously at 08005555111. Tips could also be sent to the email address tips@dailymail.com. During this time, a 38-year-old man was being questioned, while authorities continued their search for the balding and bearded individual seen in the 12-second video footage. The organization Reclaim These Streets held a vigil for Sabina, following the earlier homicide of Sarah Everard in the area. At the vigil, images of the suspect were shared. Sabina's sister, Jabina Yasmin Isla, urged everyone to stay safe. She expressed how shocked the family was by the events that took her sister's life. They never expected something like this to happen to them. Sabina's cousin, Zubal Ahmed, remembered her as a beautiful soul who loved teaching. Later, new footage was released showing how Sabina was attacked. It was reported that Sabina's body was placed over the suspect's shoulder and carried to the area where it was found. Authorities believe Sabina was attacked with an object to the head. Assistant Commissioner Wall stated that the Metropolitan Police were not advising women to change their behavior in response to Sabina's homicide. This came after information sheets were handed out to women on how to stay safe at night, distributed by a community group. Detective Chief Superintendent Trevor Laurie reassured the public that the streets were safe for women, but the hunt for the suspect continued. Assistant Commissioner Ralph added that violence against women was a priority for the police, but women should be able to live their lives freely, without fear. The police were doing everything they could to bring offenders to justice and prevent such crimes. The Duchess of Cambridge also expressed her sadness at the loss of another woman who was innocently walking on the street. Sabina's school head, Lisa Williams, described Sabina as a brilliant teacher, dedicated to her students. It remains unclear why anyone would want to harm her or if she had any enemies. Fortunately, the offender was later identified, arrested, and charged. The man was named Khoi Kamaj, and he was sentenced to life in prison at the Old Bailey, with a minimum sentence of 36 years. Neil John described Kamaj as evil, and it was discovered that he had a history of domestic violence. He had travelled from Eastbourne, East Sussex, to London to carry out the murder. The reason for the attack on the young teacher remains unclear. When he appeared in court, he was asked why he had done it, to which he replied that he couldn't help it and accepted the consequences. Kamaj's lawyer, Lewis Power QC, said that his client initially took responsibility for the crime, but later pleaded not guilty. However, on December 16th of the following year, Kamaj changed his plea to guilty on February 25th. 18-year-old Jamie Meir tragically lost his life after an incident involving a sharp blade in Hall Lane, Armley, in March. West Yorkshire Police, homicide detectives, and the Major Inquiry Team began a homicide investigation. 4 suspects were later identified as Aku Jeffers, Enham Nishad, and Caleb A., who were all 20 years old at the time, along with Renee N. Wills, who was aged 22. The 4 suspects had fled the country before they were ever even identified. West Yorkshire Police had discovered that the men had fled to Liverpool. Detective Chief Inspector Damon Robach expressed that the family remains heartbroken and that the department is determined to find the answers they need and bring the offenders to justice. He went on to explain that information from the public plays a vital role in these efforts, and they're appealing to anyone who has information regarding the individuals who were captured on CCTV in Liverpool. 4 men were previously arrested, aged 18, 19, 24, and 30, but were discounted from being involved in the homicide. The young man had passed away in the hospital a short while after the fatal wounding. A 16-year-old boy who was involved in the attack was also seriously wounded, but luckily survived. In the CCTV images, one of the men can be seen wearing a lightly colored hoodie with a blue shirt and blue pants. The second man is wearing all black with a white shirt and white shoes. The third can be seen dressed in all green of different shades and white shoes, while the last man is wearing all black. An arrest may be easier since all 4 suspects have been identified. All 4 men are from Leeds and were involved in the attack, which occurred on the 31st of March. Detectives are carrying out all inquiries in an attempt to locate them and have also been utilizing the help of the Crown Prosecution Service. The 4 men are now wanted for the homicide of Jamie Meir and the attempted homicide of another person. It was found that they had traveled to Liverpool before leaving the country, and their whereabouts remain unknown. This is why information from the public is regarded as of vital importance. What seems to be just a regular image of a group of men holds a lot more than you might think. If anyone has any information regarding the individuals, they're encouraged to make contact with HM on 111, quoting Operation Plunkett with the reference number 13230180255. In November 2024, John Bale Cisneros tragically lost his life in a violent attack at his tattoo shop. Despite clear surveillance images of the suspect being shared widely, the person responsible for this heinous crime has yet to be brought to justice. Bale was a beloved and influential figure in the Albuquerque, New Mexico community. During his youth, he had fallen into gang-related activities, influenced by the wrong crowd. However, as an adult, Bale made a remarkable turnaround. Tattooing, which started as a hobby, became his passion, and eventually his career. Bale transformed his life, becoming a successful entrepreneur and businessman. His tattoo shop, Por Vida Tattoo, grew to house 17 artists, as well as a coffee shop and a barber shop. He also dedicated himself to helping others in his community who were trying to change their lives. Known for his philanthropy, Bale donated to local schools and community projects. Additionally, he founded the annual New Mexico Tattoo Fiesta, which brought thousands of visitors and artists from across the country. At 41 years old, Bale was well respected, admired, and loved by everyone who knew him. He had no known enemies, which made the attack even more shocking. The tragic events unfolded on the morning of November 14, 2024. Around 8 a.m., Bale was preparing to open his tattoo shop for the day when an unidentified man entered. Surveillance footage from a nearby business captured the suspect approaching the shop, already holding a weapon. What happened next is unclear, but the attacker struck Bale multiple times with gunfire before fleeing. CCTV footage showed the suspect wearing a black striped jacket, which he later used to conceal the weapon as he left the scene. The suspect was also wearing a grey New Mexico shirt, jeans, brown shoes, a black mask, and a dark-colored hat with a glove on his left hand. Despite his face being partially covered, the footage captured clear details of his clothing, which investigators hope will help identify him. Authorities arrived at the scene around 8:30 a.m., but tragically, Bale had already succumbed to his injuries. As news of his death spread, countless community members shared heartfelt memories of Bale and his impact on their lives. The Albuquerque Police Department, with the assistance of the FBI, is actively investigating the case. A month after the attack, a $110,000 reward was announced for information leading to the arrest and conviction of the person responsible. If you have any information about this case, you are urged to contact the FBI's Albuquerque field office at 505-889-1300. Bale's family, friends, and community continue to seek justice for a man who gave so much to those around him. The last time anyone saw Danielle Lopez, she was walking along a dirt road deep in a forest. 8 months have passed since her disappearance, and her mother, Sue, continues to search for answers about what happened to her daughter. Danielle was 37 years old at the time she went missing. Sue described her as vibrant, funny, and full of life. Danielle spent much of her adult life traveling with her grandfather. However, things changed in 2020 when the pandemic hit. Tragically, her grandfather passed away. Not long after, Danielle also lost her father and her beloved dog. Overwhelmed by so much loss, Sue kept a close eye on her daughter. Sue made it a habit to call Danielle twice a day to check in and ensure she was doing okay. On April 13th, 2024, Danielle didn't answer her phone. Sue didn't think much of it at first, as it wasn't uncommon for Danielle to miss a call. But when days passed with no contact, Sue grew increasingly concerned. The last time Sue spoke to Danielle was on April 12th. At the time, Danielle was camping with her boyfriend at the Brendan T. Burns State Forest Campground in New Jersey. Their conversation was long, and Danielle sounded happy and in good spirits. Sue noticed nothing unusual, but when Danielle didn't return her calls the next day, Sue feared something was wrong. Danielle was officially reported missing on April 24th. A key clue came from a Wawa rewards card that Danielle and her mother shared. Sue kept money on the card in case Danielle needed it for emergencies. On April 13th, there was a transaction Sue didn't recognize. When police reviewed CCTV footage from the Wawa store, they saw Danielle on video. She appeared happy and didn't seem to be in any trouble. Another person was with her. However, their identity has not been made public, and no images have been shared. Later that evening, around 6 p.m., Danielle was spotted again, this time alone. 2 motorists driving along Lost Lane had a GoPro camera recording and briefly spoke to Danielle as she walked along the road. This was roughly 13 miles away from the Wawa store. On May 1st, police discovered Danielle's car, a blue Hyundai, parked in a deep puddle near Lost Lake, about 12 miles from the campground. The car's battery had died, and when police jump-started it, they found the hazard lights were on. Some of Danielle's belongings were inside the car, but her phone was missing. There were no clear signs of what might have happened to her. Search efforts were concentrated around the campground and the area where the car was found. Sadly, no trace of Danielle has been discovered. Police have interviewed Danielle's boyfriend, the person who was with her at the Wawa, and others who interacted with her before her disappearance. However, there has been no evidence of foul play so far, though authorities cannot rule out the possibility of someone else's involvement. Danielle is described as 5 feet 4 inches tall, weighing 135 pounds, with brown hair and brown eyes. She was last seen wearing a black, long-sleeved shirt, jeans, and light-colored shoes. Anyone with information about Danielle's disappearance is urged to contact the New Jersey State Police Department at 609-882-2000. In September 2023, 44-year-old Ebony Duncan was working at the Cantor Springs Nursing Home in Independence, Missouri, when she mysteriously disappeared. No one has seen or heard from her since. Her case took an even stranger turn when it was revealed that another missing woman, 41-year-old Kira Ransberg, was last seen with her. One of Ebony's co-workers, Amber Williams, described her as a loving and dedicated person who never missed a day of work. Ebony always went above and beyond to help whenever she could. When she failed to show up for her shift on September 7th, Williams immediately sensed that something was wrong. It was completely unlike Ebony to miss work, especially without notifying anyone. Williams tried calling Ebony's cell phone, but received no answer. She recalled that Ebony had been anxious in recent days because her daughter was expecting to give birth at any moment. Williams initially assumed Ebony might be at the hospital and unable or unwilling to answer her phone. However, her concern grew when Ebony's daughter contacted the nursing home to ask if anyone had seen her mother. Ebony's daughter explained that she had spoken to her earlier that day to share the news that she was going into labor. Ebony told her she would call back after work and meet her at the hospital. That call never came, which deeply worried her daughter, as Ebony had been excited about the birth of her grandchild. Williams became increasingly alarmed and decided to check Ebony's home. She knocked repeatedly but got no response. Upon returning to work, she learned that Ebony's family had reported her missing, prompting police officers to arrive and begin an investigation. Surveillance footage from the nursing home revealed a critical clue. Ebony was seen getting into a silver 2015 Chrysler 200 that had been spotted on the property before. The car drove out of the parking lot and parked across the street. Investigators identified the vehicle as belonging to Kira Ransberg, who has also been missing since that day. Police began looking into a potential connection between the two women. It was discovered that they both had ties to the same man, Charles Smith Howell. Howell had previously dated Ebony and was in a relationship with Kira at the time of their disappearances. When Ebony's daughter contacted Howell via Facebook, he claimed he had seen her the night before her disappearance. Strangely, he added, "I'm sorry if something bad happened to her." Ebony's phone records revealed that her device continued to emit GPS signals until September 14th. It was eventually found in the possession of a homeless person who claimed to have picked it up on a bridge but could not recall its location. Before this, the phone had last pinged in the area of 407 Merrington Avenue, near where both Ebony and Kira lived. Surveillance cameras later captured Kira's vehicle in another area, but the car has not been found. On September 14th, Howell was arrested after being observed driving recklessly. Police searched his vehicle, a black Buick Encore, and found disturbing evidence: a black bag containing the title for Kira's Chrysler 200, her car's license plate JH6C2W, and a firearm with matching ammunition. As a convicted felon, Howell was not permitted to possess a firearm and was charged accordingly. On October 31st, cadaver dogs discovered human remains in a wooded area near East 83rd Street and Hillcrest Road in Kansas City. The height, hair color, weight, scars, and tattoos matched Ebony's description, leading investigators to believe the remains were hers. Ebony had confided in a co-worker that Howell had threatened her life, leaving her in fear of him. Investigators are awaiting a medical examiner's report to confirm the identity of the remains. Kira remains missing, and authorities suspect she may have played a role in Ebony's disappearance and death, though they have not confirmed this. They state they wish to question her regarding the events of that day. Kira is described as having brown eyes, weighing approximately 150 pounds, and standing about 5 feet tall. Both Kira and Charles Howell are considered persons of interest in the case. The Independence Police Department is urging anyone with information about Ebony's case to contact the TIPS hotline at 816-474-8477. Any leads, no matter how small, could help bring closure to Ebony's family. John Dax Dunn, a former Marine, was born on June 1, 1980. He later married and had 4 children with his wife, building a life in Newnan, Georgia. Dax worked as an aircraft mechanic and seemed to be living a stable life. However, his disappearance in February 2020 turned into a baffling mystery that remains unsolved. On February 13, 2020, the 40-year-old told his family he was heading out on a 4-day fishing trip near Tampa, Florida. He planned to go alone and left his home around 4:30 p.m. The next day, February 14th, Dax completed the long drive from Georgia to Florida in his white 2013 Nissan Frontier. He was last confirmed alive when he used his debit card to purchase in Midway, Florida, just off Interstate 10. On February 15th, surveillance footage showed Dax stopping at a Circle K gas station on Highway 19 in Inglis, Florida. He used his debit card to buy gas, snacks, and energy drinks. That same day, he rented a motel room in the area. 2 days later, on February 17th, Dax rented a lime green 10.5-foot kayak from Paddle Outdoor Rentals in Crystal River, Florida. This kayak, along with Dax, was never seen again. When Dax failed to return home or show up for work on February 18th, his family became alarmed and reported him missing to the Coweta County Sheriff's Office in Georgia. On March 3, 2020, authorities discovered Dax's abandoned pickup truck hidden among trees near a boat ramp at the end of County Road 40 in Yankeetown, Florida. Oddly, deputies had searched the area on February 27th, but the truck wasn't there at that time. Authorities found fishing rods and reels inside the locked truck, a travel bag filled with clothes, and a cooler. However, Dax's wallet, keys, and firearm were missing. There were no signs of foul play in or around the vehicle. Hoping to gather more clues, investigators left the truck at the scene for a few more days, thinking someone might return to it. But no one did. The lime green kayak and life vest Dax rented from the kayak service were also missing and were never returned. His phone and social media activity ceased after February 15th, 2020, leaving no digital trail. There were no apparent reasons or motives to suspect foul play. Dax had simply vanished. His family has offered a $1,000 reward for any information that could help locate him. Despite their efforts, the circumstances of Dax's disappearance remain a mystery. If you have any information that could help solve this case, please contact the Coweta County Sheriff's Office at 77-025-31502. His loved ones are desperate for answers and hoping someone will come forward with a key to finding him. Valerie Koff, born in 1968, was one of 6 siblings in a family belonging to the Yupik and Inupiaq tribes. She grew up in the Anderson and Nenana areas of Alaska and would often travel to Dillingham to help with the family business. By 2012, 43-year-old Valerie was living in Anchorage after spending some time in Seattle. She had moved back to Alaska with her long-term boyfriend. On July 7th, 2012, the couple decided to go camping at Granite Creek Campground, located at mile 64 along the Seward Highway near the Girdwood Resort. That night, around midnight, Valerie and her boyfriend got into an argument. Upset, Valerie left the campsite without taking any of her belongings, including her cell phone, ID, and keys. Her boyfriend searched for her but was unable to find her. The next day, he left the campground, hoping she would make her way home. When Valerie didn't return, her boyfriend reported her missing on July 11th. He also informed her family, prompting her father, Victor Koff, and his wife to fly to Anchorage and head to Granite Creek to join the search efforts. The week Valerie disappeared, the weather in south-central Alaska was cold and rainy, heightening concerns for her safety. Victor feared that she may have been injured or abducted. Despite launching an immediate and thorough search, investigators found no sign of Valerie. A month later, a kayaker on 6 Mile Creek discovered a green tank top that was later confirmed to belong to Valerie. In October, her family found another item of clothing, a sweatshirt, at the edge of 6 Mile Creek. The area was documented and searched again, but no further clues have been uncovered. Since then, the case has gone cold. Despite miles of roads being walked and woods being combed, there has been no sign of Valerie. Valerie Koff is described as a Native American woman with black hair and brown eyes. She stands 5 feet 5 inches tall, weighs around 120 pounds, and is known to most as Val. She has pierced ears and a scar on her abdomen. At the time of her disappearance, Valerie was wearing a DKNY hoodie, a green tank top, blue sweatpants, black calf boots, and Prada sunglasses with silver frames. If you have any information about Valerie Koff, please contact the Alaska State Troopers at 90778300972. Her family continues to hope for answers in her disappearance. Brian Thompson, a 50-year-old CEO of United Health Group, was tragically killed on December 4, 2024, in a shocking attack while on his way to an investor meeting. The incident drew nationwide attention and launched an intense manhunt for the person responsible. Thompson was a prominent figure, leading the world's largest healthcare company by revenue. He joined United Health in 2004 and worked his way up to the position of CEO in 2021. During his tenure, he emphasized growth and preventive healthcare. However, the company faced significant backlash when implementing an artificial intelligence system to evaluate insurance claims. The AI model had a staggering 90% error rate, leading to a sharp rise in claim denials and scrutiny of United Health's leadership. According to his wife, Thompson had received threats in the months leading up to his death, but the attack still came as an unexpected and devastating blow. On the morning of December 4th, Thompson was in New York City for an annual investor meeting at the New York Hilton Midtown Hotel. As he approached the venue, a man waiting nearby for several minutes targeted him. The assailant shot Thompson twice from behind. When the weapon jammed, the attacker calmly fixed it and fired again before fleeing the scene. Bystanders tried to help, and Thompson was rushed to the hospital. However, he could not be saved. The investigation immediately gained international attention due to Thompson's high-profile role. CCTV footage revealed the attacker had purchased coffee and snacks at a nearby Starbucks about an hour before the incident, and later fled the scene on a rented electric bike. Authorities pieced together the movements of the suspect, who used a forged New Jersey ID to check into the hotel before the attack. One chilling detail stood out. The bullets and casings used in the shooting were inscribed with the words "deny," "delay," and "depose." This was believed to reference the controversial phrase delay, deny, defend, often used to describe tactics employed by insurance companies to avoid paying claims. Police recovered additional evidence, including a mobile phone and a water bottle near the crime scene, both bearing fingerprints believed to belong to the attacker. 5 days later, a backpack filled with Monopoly money was found in Central Park, adding another layer of mystery. On December 9th, a 26-year-old man was arrested in Pennsylvania as a suspect in the case. Despite mounting evidence, including fingerprints and surveillance footage. The man denied involvement. He is currently being held at the Metropolitan Detention Center awaiting trial. While the evidence suggests the motive may be tied to Thompson's leadership at United Health and the company's controversial denial practices, authorities have yet to confirm this definitively. The case has left many questions unanswered, keeping the nation captivated as the investigation continues. On January 1st, 2023, 39-year-old Anna Walshy vanished under mysterious circumstances from her home in Cohasset, Massachusetts, US. Her husband, 47-year-old Brian Walsh, did not report her disappearance for 4 days. Even then, he informed her co-workers instead of the police, sparking suspicion and casting him as the prime suspect in a case filled with alarming twists. Anna, originally from Serbia, had moved to the United States at the age of 25. After her move, she began working at the Wheatley Hotel in Massachusetts. It was during her time cleaning apartments there that she met Brian. The two quickly fell in love and got married. At the time of her disappearance, Anna was employed by Tishman Speyer, a prominent real estate firm based in Washington, D.C. Due to her job, Anna often traveled between Washington and Cohasset. Sometimes she stayed in Washington, where she owned property and kept a vehicle. New Year's Eve 2022 appeared to be a joyous occasion for Anna and her family. She celebrated at home with friends and loved ones, reportedly in good spirits. A family member noted she spent much of the evening seated at a bar stool, happily sending celebratory texts to friends. At midnight, they rang in the new year together. However, just hours later, at around 4 a.m., Anna allegedly called for a rideshare to Boston's Logan Airport, claiming she had a work emergency to attend to. She was never seen again. Oddly, Brian did not immediately report Anna missing. Instead, he contacted her employer on January 4th, stating that he hadn't seen or heard from her in days. Alarmed, her boss filed a missing person report with the police. By that time, Anna had already been gone for 3 days. Investigators quickly discovered that Anna never boarded a flight from Logan Airport. Moreover, there was no evidence she had called for rideshare or even left the house, as Brian claimed. Authorities organized a thorough search around the couple's home in Cohasset, combing nearby areas for any trace of Anna. They also searched Anna's Washington property, where her car was found, unused. Surveillance of her financial and digital activities, including bank accounts, credit cards, social media, and phone records, revealed no activity after her disappearance. Attention soon turned to Brian, whose behavior and statements raised red flags. When questioned about his whereabouts in the days following Anna's disappearance, Brian claimed he had only taken his son to the Press Juice Bar in Norwell for a milkshake. However, this alibi unraveled when investigators uncovered surveillance footage, placing Brian at multiple stores, including Home Depot, Lowe's, and CVS in Rockland. His purchases included 5-gallon buckets, trash bags, cleaning supplies, a hacksaw, a hatchet, a hazmat suit, and other items commonly associated with cleaning or disposing of evidence. At the time, Brian was under house arrest for fraud charges, stemming from an incident in which he sold a counterfeit Andy Warhol painting as an original. Although he was allowed to leave the house for essential errands, the nature of his purchases, such as a hacksaw and hazmat suit, seemed anything but essential. When confronted, Brian claimed he had been shopping for his mother, a story that investigators found implausible. Surveillance footage further implicated Brian. Hours after Anna's supposed departure for the airport, cameras captured him near a liquor store close to his mother's house. He was seen discarding large trash bags into a dumpster. A search of local dumpsters revealed disturbing evidence: a hacksaw, a hatchet, a piece of a rug, cleaning supplies, and trash bags containing biological material. Items belonging to Anna, including Prada boots, a Hermes watch, and a Gucci necklace, were also recovered. In the couple's home, investigators found more biological material in the basement, along with a bloodied knife. The case against Brian grew stronger when investigators examined his son's iPad, and discovered incriminating internet searches. These included phrases such as, "How to dispose of a 115-pound woman's body." Brian's troubling history soon came to light. He had previously been diagnosed as a sociopath and spent time in a psychiatric hospital. He also had a documented history of financial deceit, including stealing nearly $800,000 from his father during a home refinancing deal. When his father passed away in 2018, Brian broke into his home, destroyed his father's will, and began selling off possessions. However, a friend of his father had taken a photo of the will, which excluded Brian from any inheritance. In addition to his history of fraud, Brian's violent temper was noted by those who knew him. A former friend recalled an incident in China where Brian attacked 4 guards who had caught him smuggling antiquities. Authorities now believe Brian murdered Anna around 4 a.m. on January 1st, 2023, and disposed of her body shortly thereafter. He has been charged with murder, misleading police, and improper handling of a human body. Brian has pleaded not guilty to all charges. If convicted, he faces life in prison without the possibility of parole. Despite the overwhelming evidence against him, Anna's body has not been found, leaving her family and friends without closure. This haunting case remains a chilling reminder of how even those closest to us can harbor dark secrets. On January 6, 2010, 37-year-old Catherine Ann Truitt, better known as Kat, vanished under mysterious circumstances in Alamo, California. Kat, an experienced hiker, was last seen by her roommate before leaving their home. Known for her love of the outdoors, Kat often enjoyed hiking at Point Reyes National Seashore. She was very familiar with the area and frequently explored its trails as a way to cope with chronic pain from a previous neck injury. Kat had an impressive background. She graduated from the California Culinary Academy and worked as a pastry chef in several prestigious restaurants. However, her neck injury forced her to step away from the culinary industry. Despite her challenges, she remained active. At the time of her disappearance, she was studying computer graphics and teaching art to young people, a role she found deeply rewarding. 3 days after Kat was last seen, her vehicle, a tan 2003 Ford Ranger pickup truck with a bedliner and California license plate 7C23799, was found by federal park rangers. The truck had been parked near McClures Beach, located at Point Reyes National Seashore in Marin County. Inside the vehicle, 2 of her dogs were found unharmed, while a 3rd dog was tied to a rock nearby. McClures Beach, where the truck was discovered, is known for its rugged terrain and dangerous waters. Only certain sections of the beach are accessible during low tide, adding significant risks for those exploring the area. Concerned by the discovery of her vehicle and the dogs, park rangers began searching for Kat immediately. Cadaver dogs were brought in and successfully picked up her scent. The trail led investigators from her truck down to the beach, but it stopped abruptly at the shoreline. Despite extensive searches along the seashore and surrounding trails, no footprints or additional clues were found. Forensic testing was conducted on the truck, but it provided no new leads. Authorities suspect that Kat may have experienced an accident during her hike, possibly being swept away by the strong currents. However, no conclusive evidence has been found, and foul play is not suspected. At the time of her disappearance, Kat was described as 5 feet 10 inches tall, weighing between 145 and 190 pounds. She had brown hair, hazel eyes, and wore contact lenses. Both of her ears were pierced. She was last seen wearing a windbreaker jacket, an olive green sweater layered over a white undershirt, black or blue jeans, size 16, and men's size 8 black Keen shoes. It's believed she may have been carrying a green or black backpack, though this has never been confirmed. No backpack was found in her truck or along the trail. Kat's case took an even stranger turn just weeks later, when it was linked to another missing person. On January 16, 2010, only 10 days after Kat vanished, a woman named Sylvia Lang also disappeared while hiking in the same area. Like Kat, Sylvia was an experienced hiker who never returned from her trip. Although authorities have been unable to establish a definitive link between the two cases, the similarities are unsettling. Years have passed, but no new evidence has come to light regarding Kat's disappearance. Her family and friends are still searching for answers, clinging to hope that the mystery will one day be solved. The Alamo Police Department is leading the investigation and can be contacted at 510-337-8311 with any information. Even the smallest detail could help provide closure for her loved ones. Kat Truitt's disappearance, along with Sylvia Lang's, serves as a haunting reminder of how unpredictable and dangerous the wilderness can be. Despite their experience, both women vanished without a trace, leaving behind countless questions and devastated families. The untimely death of 22-year-old Annalise Johnstone on a chilly night in May 2018 continues to haunt the community of Dundee. Her final hours remain shrouded in mystery, leaving unanswered questions about what truly happened on that tragic day. On May 9th, 2018, Annalise left her hometown of Auchterarder around midday. She was accompanied by her older brother, Jordan Johnstone, and his partner, Angela Newland. The couple had recently been displaced from their home due to severe flooding and were left without a stable place to stay. Their struggles, however, were overshadowed by the devastating events that would soon unfold. At 2 p.m., security cameras captured Jordan and Angela at a Sainsbury's supermarket. 2 hours later, Annalise was seen on CCTV at the Alpine store in Auchterarder. Shortly after, she dropped off her beloved dog, Peach, with a friend named Donna Payton. Annalise promised Donna that she would return within an hour to pick up Feek, but hours passed without her coming back. Around 7 p.m., she messaged Donna, apologizing for the delay and assuring her that she would pick up the dog soon. Unfortunately, that promise would remain unfulfilled. Later that evening, Annalise joined Jordan, Angela, and Jordan's 4 children in a Ford Galaxy as they went out to grab food. Just after midnight, on May 10th, the vehicle was captured on CCTV at a garage in Kingsway, Dundee. From there, the group drove to Camperdown Park. Private security footage later showed the Ford Galaxy near the Maggie Wall Monument between 1:28 and 2 a.m. This eerie site, steeped in local folklore, is believed to commemorate a woman accused of witchcraft centuries ago. During their brief stop at the monument, the vehicle left and returned, staying there for approximately 15 minutes before finally driving away. What transpired during those mysterious 15 minutes remains a crucial unanswered question. Later that day, a retired couple, Stephen and Elaine Bailey, were out for a walk near the Maggie Wall Monument. They stumbled upon a horrifying discovery: the lifeless body of Annalise Johnstone lying behind a dry stone dike. Her throat had been brutally slashed, causing her death almost instantly. At first, the couple thought they had found a mannequin, as the pale skin and an unusual glow near her neck gave the scene an unreal appearance. However, the horrifying reality quickly became apparent. In the early hours of May 11th, Jordan Johnstone contacted the police to report his sister missing. He gave his address as Raven Grove, but when officers arrived, the home was completely empty. Jordan was later located at Angela Newland's parents' house in Dundee. Back at police headquarters, Jordan provided a statement regarding his sister's disappearance. However, before he could finish, detectives informed him of the grim news that a deceased woman matching Annalise's description had been found. Witnesses described Jordan as deeply emotional and visibly upset upon hearing the news. Despite his apparent grief, both Jordan and Angela were arrested and later put on trial for Annalise's murder. Angela was quickly cleared of all charges after a witness placed her miles away from the crime scene at the time of the murder, providing her with a solid alibi. Jordan, however, gave a disturbing account of the events. He admitted to carrying Annalise's lifeless body in his arms and placing it behind the dry stone dike. His justification for this action was his fear that Angela's father might harm Annalise further. Despite this confession, Jordan was ultimately acquitted. The jury returned a not proven verdict, a unique outcome in Scottish law that falls short of a conviction, but does not fully exonerate the accused. The trial was further complicated by conflicting accusations between Jordan and Angela, which the judge ruled could not be used as reliable evidence. As a result, neither was held accountable for Annalise's death. Years have passed since that tragic night, yet Annalise Johnstone's murder remains unsolved. Her brutal death near the Maggie Wall Monument continues to cast a dark shadow over Perthshire. The unanswered questions and lingering doubts surrounding her case leave her family and community in a state of sorrow and uncertainty. To this day, Annalise's story serves as a haunting reminder of a life cut short and justice yet to be served. On the morning of November 2nd, 2010, a chilling news story captured the attention of everyone in Guildford. Molan, an 80-year-old mother, felt a deep sense of dread as she listened to the broadcast. Though the news anchor didn't mention any names, Molan had a haunting intuition that the story was about her daughter, Roberta Bobby Miller. The tragedy had unfolded just the day before, claiming not only Bobby's life, but also that of her loyal dog, Sport. What could have led to such a horrifying event in the quiet, serene town of Guildford? Bobby, 54, had recently started a new chapter in her life. She had moved into a modest home on Country Club Road after finalizing a difficult divorce from her husband, Gary Miller, just a few months earlier. Their marriage, which began in the early 1980s, after meeting in the late 70s when Bobby worked as a waitress, had lasted decades. Together they raised 2 children, Jennifer and Jonathan, building what seemed to be a stable life. However, by the mid-2000s, cracks began to appear in their relationship, and by 2007, the marriage had reached its breaking point. The divorce was finalized on August 13, 2010, leaving Bobby to rebuild her life in a new home across from Lake Whippoorwill. Unfortunately, peace was short-lived. Gary's lawyer soon filed a motion accusing Bobby of not adhering to her part of their property agreement. A court date had been set for the following days, adding another layer of stress to her life. Despite this, the Halloween weekend of 2010 appeared uneventful. On Friday, Bobby went on a date. The next day, she had dinner and watched movies with her close friend Diane. By Sunday, October 31st, she was busy working on her home. Around 5 p.m., she visited a Lowe's store, just 5 miles from her house, picking up supplies. But sometime after she returned home, everything took a dark and unexpected turn. An unknown individual approached Bobby's home later that evening. Her car, parked visibly in the driveway, signaled her presence inside. While she was in the kitchen, she was fatally shot. The sound of the gunshot shattered the stillness of the neighborhood, ending her life instantly. The circumstances of the crime only deepened the mystery. There were no signs of forced entry, leaving investigators to wonder if the intruder had a key, if Bobby had left the doors unlocked, or if she had trusted the person enough to let them inside, willingly. The possibility of robbery was quickly ruled out. Despite $26,000 in cash being in the house, nothing was stolen. Further investigation uncovered an additional $35,200 in cash and checks intended for the family. As detectives dug deeper, the story became even more complex. Just 2 days before Bobby's murder, on October 29th, a suspicious fire had destroyed a lakeside cabin co-owned by Bobby and Gary on Great East Lake. The fire was determined to be arson, raising more questions about whether it was connected to her death. Initially, suspicion fell on Gary. Investigators scrutinized his alibi, questioned him extensively, and even administered polygraph tests. Ultimately, he was cleared of any involvement. Attention then shifted to their son, Jonathan, who was named a person of interest. Despite this lead, no concrete evidence ever emerged to implicate him or anyone else in the crime. Who would have wanted Bobby dead? Was the fire at the cabin a warning or a completely unrelated event? these questions remain unanswered. Bobby's brother Ken has never given up hope of finding the truth. He keeps a memory book dedicated to his sister and has offered a $55,000 reward for any information that leads to an arrest and conviction. The loss of Bobby has left a void in her family and community, and after all these years, her case still casts a dark shadow over Guildford. The lingering mystery continues to haunt those who knew and loved her as they wait for justice to be served finally. Born on May 12, 1974 in Virginia, Amy Lynn Bradley was a beautiful and talented 23-year-old who had a bright future ahead of her. She was highly athletic, and this athleticism earned her a basketball scholarship at Longford University in Farmville, Virginia. On top of that, she was a strong swimmer and volunteered as both a swimming instructor and a lifeguard. After graduating from the university with a degree in physical education, she was heading back to college to get a master's degree in sports psychology. She had also recently accepted a position working at a computer consulting firm. In early 1998, Amy's father, Ron Bradley, won a cruise to the Caribbean islands. Ron and his wife, Iva, wanted to take the family on one more major vacation before Amy and her brother, Brad, pursued careers and had families of their own. At some point, Ron's friend Zachary was also invited by the family, so it would be 5 of them in total. On March 21st, the Bradley family, along with Zachary, boarded a Royal Caribbean cruise ship known as the Rhapsody. They set sail from the Pan American Pier of San Juan, Puerto Rico, and were headed to the beautiful island of Aruba. As soon as they began their cruise, Amy's mother and father noticed that she was attracting a lot of unwanted attention from the crew members. At one point, after the family ate dinner, a waiter approached Iva and asked her where her daughter was. Her mother, taken aback by the forward question, asked why he needed to know. The waiter responded that he and some of the other crew members wanted to invite Amy to go to a restaurant in the area. Though she didn't say it outright, Iva felt a bit uneasy about the fairly forward and inappropriate question. When Amy returned, her father told her that one of the waiters had stopped at their table and asked to take her out with his friends. She gave her father a look and then told him that she thought it was creepy. She also made it clear to both her parents that she didn't intend on going anywhere with the men. Adding to the creep factor, a dance company had boarded the cruise ship, and one of the members, a bass player, had been flirting heavily with Amy and was sort of crossing the line with his advances. But despite these uncomfortable incidents, Amy was traveling with her family and her brother's friend, who were always nearby. 3 days into the cruise, the Rhapsody began its second leg of the journey, heading south towards Curaçao. The distance between the 2 islands is 113 kilometers, or 70 miles, which meant it would take the cruise ship between 4 to 6 hours to travel. The night before, Amy and her brother had watched a concert orchestra named Blue Orchid play. Amy had made friends with a few of the orchestra members and was invited to a party with them after the show at one of the ship's nightclubs. During the party, Amy and Brad danced and got drinks from the bar. By chance, a TV director and video editor named Chris Fenwick happened to be producing a video at the same club. He had spent most of his time in his cabin, working on editing projects, until that night. It was during this chance encounter that Amy was caught on video, just hours before she would disappear and never be seen again. In this video, she was seen dancing with one of the orchestra members, a man by the nickname Yellow. At around 3:30 a.m., after the party had wound down, both Amy and Brad returned to the cabin at the end of the night. After they got into the room, the 2 of them spent some time catching up on the balcony until Brad was finally tired enough and told Amy he was going to bed. She told him she was going to try to sleep on the balcony in a lounge chair because the motion of the ship was kind of making her seasick and the fresh air was nice. With that, the 2 of them said goodnight, and then they both fell asleep. At some point, after they fell asleep, Ron woke up, looked around the room, and saw Brad, then Amy, outside on the balcony. Seeing that his kids were both safe and in the room, he went right back to sleep. About 30 minutes later, at about 6 a.m., Ron woke up again, looked over to the balcony, and saw that Amy was no longer in the lounge chair, and the balcony door had been left open. Almost immediately, he had sort of a funny feeling about her being gone. It was unlike her to be up so early, especially after having been up so late. Upon seeing this, he got up, left the room, and went to some of the ship's common areas, hoping to run into her. Then, when he couldn't find her anywhere either, he started to get a little bit more anxious. He went back to the room, woke up Ivor and Brad, and asked if either of them knew where she had gone. Brad thought she had mentioned getting off in port that day to buy some stuff, but figured she'd wait until later to go with everyone. Already, something didn't seem right to Amy's parents, so they went to tell the security on the ship that she was missing. In a panic, her mum pleaded with the crew not to put the planks down to the port. She begged them to lock up the ship so that no one could get off before a search was completed. Amy's mum was convinced that someone had taken her daughter. She also pleaded with them to make an announcement, calling Amy to the deck where they were on. Unfortunately, the crew refused to do either of these. They weren't holding up the ship to search, and they also refused to make an announcement because they said it was too early in the morning. It wasn't until around 8 a.m., when almost everyone had already left the ship, that an announcement was made. On August 13, 2024, the family of Ryan Borgwart reported him as a missing person, beginning a terrifying journey. They were hoping for good news, but the initial signs in the investigation suggested that it would have a tragic ending. None of them suspected what had happened. Borgwart was 44 years old at the time of his disappearance. He lived in Wisconsin with his wife, Emily, and their 3 children, and owned a woodworking company. His life seemed ideal. In the summers, he would often take the children kayaking and seemed to enjoy the outdoors. The last time his friends or family heard from him was August 12th. He'd gone to Green Lake, the deepest body of water in the state, to go on a solo fishing trip. It was nothing out of the ordinary, and Emily didn't think she had any reason to worry about her husband. At 10:45 p.m., she received a text message from him to let her know that he was heading back to shore. The next morning, Borgwart still wasn't home, and Emily contacted the police. It wasn't long before the police located Borgwart's vehicle parked near Dodge Memorial Park, on the southwest side of the lake. There was no sign of any struggle near the vehicle, and it didn't look as if he had returned after his fishing trip. A search of the lake would confirm that. During the first search, the team found his overturned kayak and life jacket. Later searches would turn up his fishing rod and tackle box, which still had his phone, wallet, and car keys inside. The obvious answer was that Borgwart had gotten into trouble on the water, and it seemed unlikely that he was still alive. Even though a rescue was unlikely, search teams continued to look over the lake to find any trace of him. The police used drones and sniffer dogs to try to locate him. After the official search was called off, the community continued to try to find answers for Emily and the couple's children. Emily kept the public informed with social media. She had to go back to work, but continued to raise money to help provide funds for the search teams. One way she did this was through selling t-shirts with the phrase "faith over fear" on them. A volunteer group called Bruce's Legacy spent weeks going over the lake with sonar equipment. The group is based in Wisconsin and specializes in finding the remains of people who go missing in water. This is primarily through side-scanning sonar, which allows them to look under the water and spot things on lake beds. Bruce's Legacy searched every inch of the 1,500-acre lake for any sign of the missing man. The organization's founder later described waking up in the middle of the night and going over sonar images because he was desperate to find Borgwart and bring closure to the family. When no trace of Borgwart was found, the police began to suspect something else was going on. They thought that they would have found his remains by now and were convinced that he wasn't in the lake. It then came to their attention that someone had used Borgwart's passport to enter Canada on August 13th, the day after he vanished. Borgwart's disappearance was no longer a simple case of someone going missing over a body of water. When the police began to investigate the man himself, they discovered the case was far stranger than they had first expected. Borgwart's wife was able to hand over his passport. He'd left it behind, as he would have no need for it on the fishing trip. But the police discovered he'd recently reported it missing and had ordered a new copy of the document. This was what he had used to disappear. Going over his other belongings, investigators found the hard drive of his laptop had recently been replaced. That didn't stop the police, and they soon found more clues about his disappearance. He'd recently transferred funds to a foreign bank account and altered the email address attached to that account. They found a photo of his new passport on the laptop and discovered that he had taken out a $375,000 life insurance policy on himself. The most critical piece of evidence, though, was communications between Borgwart and a woman in Uzbekistan. In November, almost 3 months after he vanished, the police announced that they believed Borgwart was still alive and had faked the entire situation. They had told Emily of this revelation about a month earlier, but needed to keep quiet as they gathered as much information as they could. She did not know the plan beforehand and hadn't been involved. In a press conference, the police revealed that they thought Borgwart was living somewhere in Eastern Europe and asked for him to contact them, or his family, to let them know he was okay. It was unlikely that he would face any criminal charges, although there is a chance he could face obstruction charges, and the police may charge him for restitution for the money spent during the search effort. News of Borgwart's scheme made headlines around the world, and people contacted the police with tips when they believed they spotted the missing man. Many of these concerned a man from California who was featured in a viral TikTok video, but the police confirmed that this wasn't Borgwart. Only a few days after the press conference, the police were contacted by a Russian-speaking woman who knew Borgwart. Whether or not this was the woman from Uzbekistan was unclear. Borgwart himself contacted the police via email and sent messages back and forth with local law enforcement, telling them how he had made his getaway. He explained that he had taken a child-sized inflatable raft onto the lake, as well as the kayak. After sinking the kayak, he paddled back to shore, where he had stored an e-bike. Borgwart used the bike to travel to Madison, where he caught a bus heading to Detroit. From there, he took a bus to a Canadian airport and flew to his current location. He claimed he didn't expect people to search the lake for so long and thought they would have just determined that he had passed away. Borgwart didn't even reveal the country where he was currently living, but did send a video to the police to serve as proof of life evidence. In it, he gave the date as November 11th and explained that he was safe and not in any trouble. Whether or not his journey was exactly what happened is unclear, but it doesn't seem as if the police are looking for any kind of accomplice who may have helped Borgwart reach Canada. The police also haven't shared the motive he gave for his disappearance. While there was plenty of speculation online about the woman in Uzbekistan, the police simply said that Borgwart had personal reasons and thought that this was the right thing to do. Even so, the police have urged him to return home for the sake of his children. On the night of August 29th, 2015, around 10:30 p.m., Elijah Bear Diaz was dropped off at his home on Joey Avenue in El Cajon, California, by his mother. Less than an hour later, at 11:19 p.m., she received a text from him, a message that would tragically turn out to be the last communication she'd ever have with her son. The following day, concerned after not hearing from him, Bear's mother returned to his home around 4 p.m. What she found was deeply unsettling. Bear was gone. His crutches, which he needed to walk due to a foot injury, were missing. Also gone were his 50-inch TV, a bedsheet, the contents of his safe, and a red rucksack containing his diabetic medication for the week. But here's where it gets even stranger. His prescription glasses, toothbrush, and phone charger were all left behind. How could someone with such limited mobility manage to leave or be taken, along with all those items, especially something as bulky as a TV? Bear couldn't walk far on his own and definitely couldn't drive because of his injuries. The mystery only deepened as investigators began piecing together the events surrounding his disappearance. His cell phone was turned off the day after he vanished, and his bank account remained untouched. He also hadn't logged into any of his social media accounts. However, his phone last pinged in 2 locations. First, at 1:29 a.m. near the Barona Reservation and Casino, and later near Santa Isabel. Search teams scoured both areas but found little to no clues. Investigators even used luminol in Bear's room, a chemical that reveals traces of blood or bodily fluids, but their efforts yielded nothing. It was as if he had vanished without a trace. Bear, a member of the Barona tribe in San Diego County, would regularly receive checks from the tribe, but none of these checks had been picked up or deposited since his disappearance. Why would he suddenly stop collecting them? Here's another puzzling detail. Bear was known for being dependable. He would never just disappear without telling someone. He deeply valued his connection to his tribe and never missed tribal events. That's when the story took an even more unexpected twist. Another 20-year-old, Skylar Peterson Toy, disappeared under equally puzzling circumstances. Before he vanished, Skylar had sent a message to his mother, Olivia, saying he was going hiking with 2 friends named Addis and Eli. The problem? Olivia didn't recognize those names, and no one seemed to know who these 2 people were. Later that same day, at around 8 p.m., Skylar sent another message to his mother. This one was confusing and unsettling. He mentioned 2 wealthy women and something about a passport. The strange wording and tone made Olivia wonder if her son had gotten involved with some sort of cult. Her concern pushed her to act immediately. She discovered that Skylar had been dropped off by an Uber near San Pasqual Academy, a remote area in Escondido, California. As she searched for answers, Olivia came across another missing person case, that of Elijah Bear Diaz, who had disappeared just 1 day earlier. At first, Olivia thought there might be a connection. Could Eli in Skylar's message have been Elijah Diaz? But after speaking with police, authorities were firm in their belief that the 2 cases were unrelated. However, one eerie detail stood out. Both young men shared a striking resemblance. They were both thin, dark-haired, and in their early 20s, and both had vanished mysteriously, leaving their loved ones with endless questions. Is it all just a coincidence, or is there something more sinister tying these 2 cases together? On September 3rd, 2019, Michael Samdas left his mother's home in Hamilton, Canada, before vanishing without a trace. For 4 years, the family searched for answers to this personal mystery before Michael was finally found. Michael was 40 years old at the time of his disappearance. He was one of 5 siblings and part of a close-knit family. His sisters described him as the life and soul of the party. He was extremely extroverted and liked to have a good time. At school, he played sports and considered an art career. Michael ended up working in the family's home renovations and real estate business. His parents had built the business from the ground up after arriving in Canada decades earlier, having migrated from Guyana. Michael kept his interests in sports, playing soccer at Soccer World. He also visited dance clubs with his sisters. It was rare for him to go a day without talking to any of them. But the past few years had been difficult for Michael and the entire family. In 2017, he was attacked at an event and suffered a knock to the head. There didn't seem to be any lasting damage at the time, but shortly after, Michael's family noticed his personality had completely changed. Michael became more introverted and withdrawn. He would talk to himself, sleep in a lot, and didn't care about his appearance, according to family members. He moved into his parents' basement and rarely saw the light of day. There was also a more violent streak, which grew around the same time. The neighbors gave him the nickname Rant because they could sometimes hear him shouting. Some compared it to the story of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, considering how much Michael had changed from who he was before. The personality change made it clear that Michael wasn't acting like himself at all, and his family didn't know what was wrong. On multiple occasions, they tried to get him seen by mental health professionals, but each time he was tested, they determined there was nothing wrong with him. In mid-2019, Michael was held at a hospital for a few days, but he was then released. This was shortly before he vanished. Michael was last seen by his mother as he left her home in the Stony Creek area on September 3rd. It's not clear what his family thought he was going to be doing that day, but they expected him to come home that evening. This didn't happen, and the family tried to report him missing, only to be told that they needed to wait 48 hours. This wasn't and never is true, and that delay cost investigators valuable time. The first 48 hours are the most important in a missing person case, and the chances of finding someone rapidly decrease the longer they're missing. When investigators began the search for Michael, they were already on the back foot. There was little media attention on the case, but the family continued to push to raise awareness. Eventually, it emerged that Michael had been spotted in Toronto, 2 days after he was last seen by his family. On September 4th, he was picked up by the police after getting into a fight with a homeless person. He was charged and held overnight, then released the following day. When he didn't show up for a court appearance, an arrest warrant was issued. The discovery moved the missing person case to Toronto. It was believed that Michael may have been living among the city's homeless population. Michael stood at over 6 feet tall, and his family were confident that he would stand out. For months, Michael's family visited Toronto with photos, appealing for information. There were many alleged sightings, but none of them could be confirmed. The family also heard rumors about things that might have happened to him. At one point, someone claimed a psychic had told them that someone had taken Michael's life, but there is no evidence that this was the case. No sign of Michael could be found, and the family grew frustrated about the lack of publicity his case was receiving. Other missing person cases in the area had gotten national attention, but Michael's case was more limited. Many people in Toronto hadn't heard about the missing person case at all, which meant that there could have been valuable information that nobody realized was important. The family issued a reward of $25,000 for information, and his case was featured on the TV show Never Seen Again, which brought some awareness to Michael's disappearance. A group that helped Michael's family was the Please Bring Me Home charity. The organization is based in Canada and focuses on taking and following up on anonymous tips across the country and into the United States. Even with help from the organization, there was no sign of Michael until May of 2023. The organization used photo recognition technology to help their search. A hit came up when a police mugshot from Florida was uploaded. The mugshot showed a homeless man who did bear some resemblance to Michael. After working with another non-profit organization and the police in the US, the team was able to compare the fingerprints of this man to those on file in Canada. They were a match. This was Michael Samdas. Michael had been picked up in Florida after a violent crime in which he attacked a woman. He was seen carrying with him 2 backpacks, a sleeping bag, and a few personal items, which included ID cards from Canada and Mexico. He gave his name as Asa Baba Nadoba. After the police confirmed that this was the missing Canadian, Michael's family were informed. They had no idea how he had gotten to Florida or why he was there. They also didn't know how to approach the situation and didn't want to scare Michael off again. But some family members traveled down to Florida. When Michael was in court for the attack he had committed, he had no recognition of his family and didn't seem to know who they were. He also didn't respond to the name of Michael Samdas. As part of the process, he saw a mental health professional who confirmed that he wasn't fit to stand trial. For Michael's family, it was a relief to know that he was alive, even though it was obvious he'd been through a lot in the 4 years that he'd been missing. One sister commented that her hope for her brother was that they got back the Michael that she knew. She had changed a lot since 2017. It's hoped that he can now get the mental help that he needs. On the 1st of May, 2022, 32-year-old Tanny Shanks, who was originally from Queensland, Australia, travelled from her home in Merida, Mexico, to Cancun with her estranged husband, Jorge Aguado, and their 2-year-old daughter, Adeline. They planned to have a holiday. The following day, the family checked out of their hotel, and Tani's white, 4-wheel drive vehicle was spotted by toll road cameras as they headed toward Merida. However, the footage also shows that, at around 12 p.m., they made an abrupt U-turn. Then, at around 9 p.m. that night, Carlos Santos, a man who was on vacation with his family, found Tani's daughter, Adeline, wandering barefoot outside a church in Cancun. He stated that a man had pointed the girl out to him and promised that he would return soon, but the man never came back. After contacting the police, Carlos began sharing pictures of Adeline on social media. This resulted in her grandmother, Leanne, and Leanne's brother, Ben, recognizing her. A few days later, Adeline was found to be unharmed, and she is now living with her grandparents in Queensland, Australia. Tani's car was later found that same night in the town of Puerto Morelos, 25 miles from Cancun. The vehicle was completely burned out, and Tani has remained missing ever since. Police believe that the 8-hour period between the afternoon and the evening of the 2nd of May holds the answers to Tani's disappearance, as there is no account of what transpired during that time. They have, however, stated that they are working on 2 different theories that they hope will help solve the case. The first theory is that there was an incident between Tani and Jorge, and that Jorge is currently on the run, or possibly in hiding, after being involved in her disappearance. The second theory suggests that Jorge may have been involved in illegal activities in Mexico, and that Tani may have been abducted by a cartel as payback. In an interview with 60 Minutes, Quintana Roo State Attorney General Oscar Montes de Oca Rosales revealed that Jorge had been threatened by a cartel in the past. On that occasion, he even went as far as hiring a bodyguard as he feared for his life. It also came to light that Tani had sent a text to a friend asking her to keep the name Jorge Aguado. She stated that if anything were to happen to her, the police should investigate him. Tani's brother Ben has offered a $70,000 reward for any information on the case. However, police advised Ben that a reward might not be wise, as it could lead to an influx of false leads. Yet, despite the significant reward, not a single tip has been received since Tani's disappearance. Authorities in Aberdeen, Scotland, are growing increasingly concerned for the safety and well-being of sisters Eliza and Henrietta Husty, who mysteriously vanished on January 7, 2025. The 32-year-old sisters, part of a set of triplets, originally from Hungary, have not been seen or heard from since that day, leaving their family devastated and searching for answers. Their triplet sister, Edith, was among the last people to speak to them before their disappearance. Edith told investigators that their last conversation took place over a video call on New Year's Eve. During the call, the sisters appeared to be in good spirits. However, Edith found it unusual to see them walking the streets of Aberdeen so late at night during the call. The sisters had moved to Scotland 7 years ago in search of new opportunities, leaving behind their home in Hungary. According to their brother, Josef, the last known contact between Eliza and Henrietta and their mother occurred on January 4, 2025. They spoke on the phone for around 40 minutes, and nothing seemed unusual or concerning during the call. Family members described the 2 sisters as inseparable. They were known for being homebodies who preferred quiet nights cooking and watching movies together over going out. Their close bond makes their sudden and simultaneous disappearance all the more distressing. The investigation into their disappearance revealed that Eliza and Henrietta were last seen on CCTV footage, walking along Market Street near the River Dee in Aberdeen. This area, which includes several commercial and industrial buildings, has become the central focus of the search efforts. Police and search teams are combing through the surrounding areas, including the icy waters of the river, in hopes of finding any sign of the sisters. On January 11, 2025, authorities released the CCTV footage showing the sisters walking near the river in the hope that someone might recognize them or provide information about their whereabouts. Investigators have urged the public to remain vigilant and immediately report any sightings to the authorities. Businesses along South Esplanade and Menzies Road have been asked to review their security camera footage for any possible sightings of the sisters, while motorists who were in the area on January 7th are being asked to check their dashcam recordings for any clues. Unfortunately, no additional leads have been uncovered so far. The sisters were last seen crossing Victoria Bridge before turning onto a footpath that runs along the River Dee. The path appears to lead toward the Aberdeen Boat Club, but it remains unclear if that was their intended destination. Since no further footage of their movements has been found, it's uncertain what happened after they left the view of the cameras. The search for Eliza and Henrietta has been extensive, involving police dogs, members of the Marine Unit, and even helicopters conducting aerial sweeps. Divers have scoured the icy river, but have yet to uncover any significant evidence or clues about what may have happened to them. Police have stated that they will continue speaking with anyone who knew the sisters, in hopes of piecing together their final movements or uncovering any plans they might have had that night. Both women are described as being slim in build, with long brown hair, and authorities are relying on members of the public to come forward with any information that could aid the investigation. Anyone who may have seen Eliza or Henrietta or has information about their disappearance is urged to contact the police by calling the 101 emergency number and quoting case incident number 0735 of Tuesday, January 7th, 2025. The family is desperate for answers and hopeful that the sisters will soon be found safe. Joey Lynn Offert was born on October 11th, 1973 in Virginia. She was the youngest of 4 sisters, but her childhood was marked by her parents' separation at a young age. Despite the challenges, Joey pursued higher education at Shepherd University in West Virginia, where she majored in journalism. Unfortunately, she struggled academically and dropped out after her first year. In her adult life, Joey faced difficulties holding steady jobs and maintaining long-term relationships. Despite these obstacles, she got married in 1994 and moved to Texas. She became a mother to 3 children, 2 daughters and a son. However, her marriage eventually ended, and Joey entered an on-and-off relationship with Alex Brolin Jr., the father of her 2 youngest children. In early 2007, Joey moved to Sykesville, Pennsylvania, with her 3 children. Her mother purchased a home for her there. Around this time, Joey's eldest daughter went to live with her grandmother in Warrenton, Virginia, and her youngest child stayed with their father in Clearfield, Pennsylvania. Joey was recovering from a difficult pregnancy during this period, but her life took a mysterious turn just a few months later. On July 3, 2007, Alex visited Joey to help with grocery shopping and do some work around the house. The 2 reportedly had an argument, and Alex left. Over the next 2 days, Alex tried to contact Joey, but his calls went unanswered. Concerned, he returned to the house, but found no one home. On July 6th, a home healthcare nurse arrived at Joey's house for a scheduled appointment, but no one answered the door. A follow-up visit was scheduled for July 11th, but Joey missed that as well. Then, in the early hours of July 12th, tragedy struck. Around 4 a.m., Joey's home on Forgate Drive erupted in flames. Firefighters extinguished the fire and discovered a body inside, but it was not Joey. The 33-year-old mother was missing, along with her car, a red 1994 Saturn with the license plate JXN8871. 4 days later, on July 16th, Joey's car was found, abandoned in a parking lot in State College, Pennsylvania, near an apartment complex where she had previously lived with Alex. The car had been neatly parked, which raised suspicions, since Joey's family mentioned she wasn't a skilled driver. There were no signs that Joey had driven the vehicle recently, and no one at the complex reported seeing her. Investigators searched through the rubble of Joey's home and found her purse containing her ID, but her house keys were missing. Strangely, raw hamburger meat was found on the kitchen counter, suggesting she may have been at the house on July 3rd or July 5th. Joey's friends and family were adamant that she would never leave her children behind or disappear voluntarily. To this day, Joey Lynn Offit remains missing, and the fire at her home, believed to have been intentionally set, remains unsolved. No suspects or persons of interest have been identified in her case. If you have any information about Joey Lynn Offit's disappearance, please contact the authorities at 1-877-440-539. Richard Albright's story is one filled with mystery and unanswered questions. Born and raised in South Africa, Richard grew up in a devout household as the son of Southern Baptist missionary parents. After moving to the United States, he attended college in Kentucky, earning degrees in both journalism and nursing. It was during this time that he met his future wife, Kathy, who was working as a business editor for the Amarillo Globe newspaper in Texas. After they married, the couple relocated to New York, where Richard worked as a nurse at the hospital for special surgery. He dedicated 16 years to his job, and the couple settled in Jackson Heights, Queens, living near Junction Boulevard and 34th Avenue. By 2021, Richard, now 69, had faced significant health challenges. He had undergone 3 open-heart surgeries, 2 knee replacements, and was on blood thinners, as well as antibiotics, as part of his daily medical regimen. Despite these obstacles, Richard continued to lead an active life. But on October 14, 2021, Richard vanished under strange circumstances. That morning, at 11:18 a.m., surveillance footage captured him leaving his apartment building for a walk, wearing slippers because his regular shoes had been uncomfortable, and walking with a slight limp. He turned left, heading toward Northern Boulevard. Richard never returned home. He had left behind his critical daily medication, clearly planning to come back, but he was never seen or heard from again. Later that day, Kathy, his wife, sent him a text message, but all of her calls went straight to voicemail. Concerned and desperate for answers, she eventually hired a private investigator. The investigator discovered a few clues. On the day Richard disappeared, he had taken a bus and purchased a 30-day Metro card. However, no further transactions were made on his debit or credit cards after that day. When they searched his computer, they found that Richard had been researching a museum in Flushing, Queens. Kathy also called 61 hospitals across New York City, hoping to find her husband as a patient, or even a John Doe, but no one matching his description had been admitted. Beyond these small leads, the case has gone cold. To this day, the disappearance of Richard Albright remains a troubling mystery. If you have any information about his whereabouts, please contact the New York City Missing Persons Squad at 212-694-7781. Michelle Rose Bernstein Schultz, originally from Queens, New York, was born in September 1985. At the age of 7, her family moved to Gilbert, Arizona, where she grew up. By 2021, Michelle, now 36 years old, had moved to Phoenix with her boyfriend, who she had been dating for a year and a half. The couple lived at the Tides at Paradise Valley, an apartment complex located on North 40th Street and East Greenway Road. Michelle was the mother of 2 sons, both of whom lived with their fathers. She had been divorced twice but found joy in her passion for hiking, a hobby she pursued with enthusiasm. Her dog, Ava, was her constant companion, accompanying her on nearly all her adventures. Life seemed to be going relatively well for Michelle, until everything changed in June 2022. Earlier that month, Michelle was involved in a minor rear-end car accident. She was waiting for a $2,500 settlement from her personal injury lawyer, who informed her on June 28th that her check would be ready for collection on July 1st. On June 29th, Michelle stayed home and spent the day texting with a friend. At 4:03 p.m., she sent her last text message. After that, she vanished without a trace. Her boyfriend reported her missing the next day to the Phoenix Police Department. He explained that Michelle had been feeling unwell on June 29th and when he returned home from work, he assumed she was resting in the upstairs bedroom. Not wanting to disturb her, he decided to sleep on the living room couch. The following morning, when he still hadn't seen Michelle, he went to check on her. To his surprise, the bedroom was empty. He searched the apartment, but there was no sign of her. Oddly, all of her belongings, including her phone, keys, credit card, cash, and driver's license, were still at home. Her car was parked in the apartment complex's lot, and Ava, her beloved dog, had been left behind, something entirely out of character for Michelle. After investigating, authorities determined that Michelle likely left the apartment on foot. She was believed to have taken only a few items with her: a pair of grey hiking sandals, a blue backpack, and a unique bedazzled hat decorated with bumblebees. Despite extensive search efforts, no evidence or leads regarding Michelle's whereabouts have surfaced. There has been no indication of foul play, and the circumstances surrounding her disappearance remain a mystery. Michelle's case remains unsolved. If you have any information about her disappearance, please contact the Phoenix Police Department at 602-262-6151. The case of missing 27-year-old Destiny Saneth from Philadelphia began on March 4, 2022, when she mysteriously disappeared. That day, Destiny asked to borrow her mother's car so she could visit a friend in Southwest Philadelphia. She promised to return home that evening, and her mother agreed. However, when Destiny didn't come back as planned, her family grew concerned, and she was reported missing the next day. It was later revealed that the New Jersey State Police had encountered Destiny after responding to a call about a suspicious person in the Folsom area. During this encounter, they found her mother's car abandoned near a strip mall at 301 East Black Horse Pike in Williamstown. Police spoke briefly with Destiny and assisted her by moving the car to a nearby parking lot. They then gave her a ride to a Wawa convenience store, about a mile away. Surveillance footage from several businesses in the area provided more details about Destiny's movements that morning. Cameras captured her entering the Wawa store, where she purchased a drink. Around 9 a.m., she was seen crossing the street and walking toward a Sunoco gas station. The footage shows her walking behind the gas station building, where she disappears from view. Since then, Destiny has not been seen or heard from again. Destiny is described as having short, wavy brown hair and brown eyes. She stands 5 feet 3 inches tall and weighs about 160 pounds. At the time of her disappearance, she was wearing a black Nike jacket, black sweatpants, red and white Jordan sneakers, and carrying a backpack. If you have any information about Destiny's disappearance, please contact the Troop A Buena station at 609-561-7267 or the South Detectives Division at 215-686-3013. Her NamUs case number is MP90301. Denise Leary, a 59-year-old woman from New Haven, Connecticut, was reported missing on October 1st, 2024, but she was last seen 2 days earlier, on September 30th. Her family discovered she was gone when they found her bedroom door locked from the inside. Despite the door being locked, Denise was nowhere to be found. Denise lived with her parents and her son, who had been helping care for her elderly parents, especially her mother, who had been dealing with health problems. A nurse also visited Denise's mother regularly. It was during one of these visits that the family first noticed Denise was missing. On the morning of September 30th, Denise's son knocked on her bedroom door to talk to her, but he received no answer. At first, he thought it was nothing serious, but when the nurse arrived, Denise didn't come out to greet her, which was unusual. Denise would normally check in with the nurse, but this time she didn't. Growing concerned, the family realized the door was still locked from the inside. They feared something had happened to her and called paramedics to break down the door. However, when the paramedics arrived, they found an empty room and an open window. There were signs that someone had climbed out of the window, including footprints in the dirt outside. It appeared that Denise had left the house through the window, but the reason for her sudden departure was unclear. Denise's phone was still at the house, and it was soon traced to Westport, Connecticut, 30 minutes away. It was then tracked to a park in New Haven, but when family members went to both locations, they found no sign of her. A few days later, Denise's phone was discovered behind a neighbor's house. Denise's son mentioned that she had been acting a little strangely before her disappearance. Though she didn't have a boyfriend, he suspected that she might have been seeing someone. A few days before she went missing, Denise had asked her son to turn off the location tracker on her phone before she went out. Someone had picked her up in a car, but her son didn't get a good look at the individual. After Denise returned home, her son still found the situation odd. The family continued their search around the local neighborhood, knocking on doors and even checking an empty abandoned house. They found Denise's makeup bag outside the house, but there was no sign of her inside. Not long after Denise vanished, a family friend reported seeing her outside a shop in Hamden, Connecticut. The friend said Denise didn't appear to be in any distress, but the police have not been able to confirm whether it was Denise. They are currently reviewing CCTV footage from the area. At this time, foul play is not suspected in Denise's disappearance, but the possibility that someone else was involved remains. Anyone with information about Denise's case is urged to contact the New Haven police at 203-946-6316. Jerica Hamry vanished under what police have called suspicious circumstances, leaving her family desperate for answers. Despite multiple searches in the area where she was last known to be, there has been little progress in uncovering what happened to her. Jerica, a 30-year-old from Lincoln, Nebraska, was last heard from on June 25, 2024. Known for being an avid social media user, she posted multiple times a day, but everything went silent after that date. On June 25th, she also failed to show up for work, which was unusual. At first, no one realized something might be wrong. Her family grew increasingly concerned in the days that followed. Jerica's parents, who were caring for her young daughters, had been making plans for her to visit them. Jerica was incredibly proud of her children and never missed an opportunity to spend time with them. She had arranged to visit on June 29th, but when that day came, she stopped responding to calls and messages. Alarmed, her parents reported her missing to the local police. It was only after filing the report that Jerica's family learned about difficulties she'd been facing. According to her parents, Jerica had made some poor decisions in the past and had been around the wrong people. But recently, she was on a better path. She had a job she enjoyed and was working hard to rebuild her life. However, her friends knew she was still having trouble with her living situation. She shared a home with 2 other women and a man, and their relationship had been tense. Just days before she disappeared, Jerica had a FaceTime call with a friend, during which she described an alarming incident with her roommates. She said she had been physically attacked, and during the call, her friend could see she had visible injuries, including bruises and a broken nose. Jerica, however, didn't want to press charges, and the police didn't pursue the matter further. When Jerica went missing, her roommates were questioned by police, but they have not spoken publicly about the case. Critical details, such as when and where Jerica was last seen, remain unclear. A few months after she disappeared, police and state authorities conducted searches of a property near Overton, Nebraska. They used canine units to search the area, but no significant discoveries were made. Investigators later stated that evidence suggested Jerica may have been in the rural areas around Arapahoe, Holdrege, Overton, and Lexington. Despite these leads, no new information has surfaced. As time has passed, authorities and Jerica's family have grown more convinced that foul play is involved. In recent public appeals, her family has urged hunters and anyone spending time in rural areas to stay alert for anything unusual, even something as small as a piece of fabric. They believe that even the smallest clue could help bring answers in this deeply troubling case. It's unclear whether the conflict with her roommates is directly tied to her disappearance or if the explanation lies elsewhere. Whatever the case, someone knows what happened to Jerica and holds the key to solving this mystery. If you have any information about Jerica Hamri's disappearance, please contact the Lincoln Police Department at 402-441-6000. Caitlyn Angel Vara, known as Kate to her loved ones, started 2024 on a positive note, taking steps to improve her life. But in August, everything came to a sudden halt when she mysteriously disappeared without a trace. Since then, there has been no contact from her. Kate was a 27-year-old mother from San Antonio, Texas. Described as outgoing and friendly, she had many friends and family who cared deeply for her, including her 4-year-old son, James. On the morning of August 6th, Kate left her home to attend a routine medical appointment, just a few blocks away. This was something she did daily, always walking to and from the clinic. However, this time, she didn't come back. Her grandmother was the first to realize something was wrong. While Kate had occasionally disappeared for a couple of days, she always stayed in touch with her family. But this time, no one could reach her. Days passed, and her absence grew even more alarming, especially since Kate had never gone this long without seeing her son. The family confirmed that Kate made it to her appointment, as surveillance footage showed her at the clinic. Afterward, she was seen leaving, but she never made it back home. The mystery deepened when her phone was found in the possession of someone else. This individual claimed that another man had given it to him. According to this man, he had picked Kate up from her appointment around 1 p.m. on the day she vanished. He said he dropped her off outside a house on San Antonio's west side, not far from her home. However, his story quickly raised suspicions. He claimed Kate had left her phone in his car, but instead of returning it, he had given it to someone else. This behavior was unusual for Kate, who never left her phone behind. Furthermore, the man's story kept changing, and he couldn't even recall what Kate was wearing that day. Despite these inconsistencies, authorities have not named him as a person of interest in her case. Kate's mother has been tirelessly searching for answers while also caring for Kate's young son. The family is convinced something is seriously wrong. While Kate's life could be unpredictable at times, her disappearance and lack of contact are completely out of character. They do not believe she would willingly stay away from her family, especially her son. Kate's 27th birthday has passed with no updates, and her case remains unsolved. More than 4 months have gone by, and the search for answers continues. Her family has raised $3,000 as a reward for information that could help bring her home, but so far, no leads have come forward. If you have any information about Kate's disappearance, please get in touch with the San Antonio Missing Persons Unit at 210-207-7660. Christian Michael Hughes, a resident of California, was born on September 24, 1992, to Kim Napoti. At 20 years old, he was living in San Diego, working at a local Taco Bell and coping with the recent loss of his father. But no one could have foreseen the heartbreaking mystery that was about to unfold. On February 4, 2013, Kim dropped her son off at San Diego International Airport. Christian was traveling to San Francisco to visit friends. Shortly after arriving, he called his mother, confirming he'd return 3 days later and asking her to pick him up at 2:30 p.m. on the 7th. During his trip, Christian met up with various friends and family members. The day after he arrived in San Francisco, he visited his aunt, who gave him $70 in cash. On February 6th, he had lunch with a female friend and later went to stay at another friend's house, located on the 900 block of Capitol Avenue. At 12:30 a.m. on February 7th, Christian was last seen at the house by the friends he was staying with. When they woke up the next morning, around 10 a.m., they found that Christian and all of his belongings were gone. Oddly, he hadn't informed anyone before leaving. These same friends were supposed to drive him to the airport later that day. When Christian didn't make it back home or board his Virgin America flight, his family became alarmed. A missing person report was filed with the San Francisco Police Department, and an investigation began. Investigators found that Christian had sent his last text message at 1:38 a.m. on February 7th, just hours before his scheduled flight. Beyond that, no clues emerged to indicate where he might have gone. Over a year later, on April 17, 2014, a potential lead surfaced. A witness reported an unconfirmed sighting of Christian on Haight Street in San Francisco. The witness described a man with long, curly hair and visible arm tattoos, walking alongside a blonde-haired woman. However, it's unclear if this lead was ever followed up on, and no further sightings were reported. To this day, Christian Michael Hughes remains missing. Tragically, he is part of the California Five, a group of young men, Sean Siddy, Sean Dickerson, Jackson Miller, and Cameron Remmer, who all vanished from San Francisco between 2010 and 2013. The circumstances surrounding their disappearances remain a haunting mystery. If you have any information about Christian's case, please contact the San Francisco Police Department at 41555-31071. It was June 28, 1980, when a chilling event unfolded in the 200 block of Tanglewood Court, Nashville, Tennessee. This area was home to the Tanglewood Apartments, now known as Whispering Oaks, where 21-year-old Jennifer Lynn Wyant lived. That evening, Jennifer had just returned home from a softball team pool party. Sadly, this was the last place she was seen before vanishing, leaving behind countless questions and heartbreak. Not much is known about Jennifer's personal life or her usual routines. However, her loved ones shared that she was doing well at the time. She had recently purchased a car, worked at the Colonial Bakery, and was attending night school. Everything seemed to be going in the right direction. But then, Jennifer disappeared. Her family grew concerned when she failed to show up for church and work on Monday, 2 days after the party. Realizing something was wrong, they reported her missing to the police. Authorities went to Jennifer's apartment complex and found her car parked in the lot. Inside her apartment, everything appeared undisturbed, but Jennifer was nowhere to be found. When police questioned the neighbors, they uncovered a horrifying account. On the day Jennifer vanished, some residents heard screams. When they looked outside, they saw 3 to 4 men forcing a woman into a dark 4-door sedan before the car sped away. Shockingly, the complex's security guard was informed of this incident, but failed to report it to the police. Authorities believed the woman taken in the car was Jennifer. However, with no further leads or witnesses coming forward, the case went cold. Months passed with no answers. Then, on December 11th, nearly 6 months after Jennifer's disappearance, a significant clue surfaced. Her Tennessee driver's license was found on Blue Lake Road, now known as Blue Lake Lane, in Rutherford County. This location was over 15 miles from her apartment and just 3 miles from Laverne, near Percy Priest Lake. At the time, a housing complex was being developed in the area. Police brought in tracker dogs to search the nearby woods, hoping to find any trace of Jennifer. Unfortunately, the search turned up nothing. While it has never been confirmed that Jennifer was the woman abducted from the Tanglewood Apartments, authorities strongly believe foul play was involved in her disappearance. They suspect she was specifically targeted, but no evidence has led to her whereabouts. To this day, Jennifer Lynn Wyant remains missing and her case is unsolved. If you have any information about Jennifer's disappearance, please contact the Metro Nashville Police Department's Cold Case Unit at 615-862-7329. Leah Rachel Peebles was born on January 16, 1983, in Fort Worth, Texas, to parents Sharon and John Peebles. She grew up in a middle-class home alongside her 2 brothers. Leah attended Carter Riverside High School where she excelled as an honor student. She was a bright, talented young woman, participating in the drama club, cheerleading, and even serving as a staff member on the school yearbook team. However, during her sophomore year, Leah's life took a difficult turn. She began withdrawing from her extracurricular activities and was eventually sent to a treatment program for women. Despite this setback, Leah managed to regain her footing. She earned a cosmetology license, graduated from high school, and started working at a beauty salon. Unfortunately, Leah relapsed, lost her job, and decided to move to Albuquerque, New Mexico, in May of 2006, in hopes of starting fresh. In Albuquerque, Leah once again began rebuilding her life. She got a job at the Flying Star Cafe, located at 801 Manal Boulevard Northeast, a restaurant popular with courthouse employees and police officers. Things seemed to be looking up for her, but this newfound stability wouldn't last. On the evening of May 22, 2006, Leah left her friend's house around 8 p.m. to go on a dinner date with someone she'd met at work. That night, after the date ended, Leah reportedly dropped her car, a silver 2000 Volkswagen Beetle, off at a transmission shop. The car had been damaged in a minor accident and needed repairs. This was the last confirmed sighting of Leah. She never returned to her friend's home and hasn't been seen or heard from since. Weeks later, her car was found abandoned at the transmission shop, but it provided no clues about Leah's whereabouts. Despite search efforts and investigations, there were no signs of foul play, and Leah's case went cold. One unusual tip did surface during the investigation. It referenced a woman named Mia, who was allegedly working as a sex worker under a man named AJ. Police followed up on this lead, but AJ claimed to have no knowledge of Leah, and there was no evidence connecting him to her disappearance. Leah's family, especially her father John Peebles, never gave up hope. John traveled across Texas, New Mexico, Nevada, Colorado, and Arizona, searching for his daughter, hoping to find even the smallest trace of her. Tragically, in 2013, John passed away in a motorcycle accident, never knowing what had happened to Leah. To this day, Leah's disappearance remains a mystery. Her case is unsolved, and the circumstances surrounding her disappearance are unclear. If you have any information that could help, please contact the Albuquerque Police Department at 505-242-2677. Paul Joseph Fronczak was born to Chester and Dora Fronczak on April 26, 1964, at Michael Reese Hospital in Chicago, Illinois. However, the joy his parents felt at his birth was soon snuffed out when Paul vanished from the hospital. According to Dora, a nurse entered the room and told her that the doctor wanted to examine the baby. Dora handed her son over, and he was never returned. By all accounts, the woman who'd taken Paul was dressed as a nurse, but was not a member of the hospital staff. She subsequently fled the hospital and was never seen again. The following search for Paul Fronczak was the largest manhunt that the city of Chicago had ever seen. It involved 175,000 postal workers, 200 police officers, and the FBI. 600 homes were searched in less than 24 hours, but no sign of the missing baby ever emerged. The story made headlines up and down the country, and the Fronczaks made desperate pleas for their baby's safe return, with Dora stating, "We just want our baby back and hope she will please take care of him." For 2 years, Chester and Dora Fronczak mourned the loss of their new baby, as investigators chased down every tip they came across. Sadly, at the time, the police had very little to go on, telling the parents that blood type and ear shape were about the only leads they had. At the time, the shape of an infant's ear was thought to be as individual as a fingerprint. Authorities looked into the background of around 10,000 babies, but none were identified as Paul. Then, in 1966, the FBI reached out to the Fronczaks about an abandoned baby who had been recently placed in foster care. The boy, who had been given the name Scott McKinley, had been found abandoned in July of 1965, in the middle of a busy shopping center in Newark, New Jersey. The child was located inside a pram and had a black eye. The FBI expected the parents to immediately come forward to claim him, but nobody ever did, and he was thus placed into foster care. Authorities suspected that he may be the missing Paul Fronczak because he was the only boy they could not fully rule out from the investigation. After they were contacted, Dora and Chester traveled to New Jersey to collect the toddler, whom they believed was their son. Much later, Paul stated that his mother could, quote, either say, "I'm not sure," and put this child back in the system, or say, "Yes, that's my son." And even if he was not, save this child from what could be a horrible life. He added, "She did what she thought was right, and I'm glad she did." For years, the family lived together in harmony, but Paul's suspicions began to be piqued when he was 10 years old. He discovered newspaper clippings about the kidnapping inside a crawl space, where he had been searching for Christmas presents. When he confronted his parents about it, they told him that he had indeed been kidnapped as a baby, but, quote, "We found you, we love you, and that's all you need to know." Later, reflecting on this, Paul stated that afterward he began to wonder about his real identity, but he never discussed it with his parents. As he aged, he learned more about what had happened to him as a baby, stating, "My dad had to leave work, go to the hospital and tell his wife that the baby was missing. You think you're safe. You're in a hospital and that's where your baby is kidnapped." In 2012, Paul finally gave in to his desire to learn the truth. He took a DNA test and asked his parents to do the same. To his surprise, they agreed. He recalled, "For years I had wanted to do a DNA test with my parents, not because I wasn't happy. I just wanted to know the truth. I had always found a reason not to do it. I didn't want to hurt them, but there came a point when I needed to know." The three met to take the test, but Dora and Chester later called Paul and asked him not to submit it. He did so anyway and was told there was no remote possibility that he was his parents' biological child. Paul still remembers the phone call that day when he learned that everything he knew about himself was wrong. He stated, "I just felt like my life as I knew it was ended. I felt the color drain from my face. I couldn't think. I got all sweaty. Everything I thought I knew about myself, my birthday, medical history, Polish, Catholic, or even a Taurus, went out of the window. And, for a second, I didn't know who I was." So, who were his parents, and what happened to the real Paul Fronczak? These questions seemed more difficult to answer now that Paul knew the truth about his family. The following year, a group of genealogist volunteers called the DNA Detectives took up Paul's case. In June 2015, they announced that he was Jack Rosenthal of Atlantic City, New Jersey. Jack was born in 1963, vanished in 1965, and had been missing for over 40 years. Not only that, but his twin sister Jill Rosenthal was also missing. Upon speaking with his biological relatives, Paul discovered that all of a sudden, family members just stopped seeing Jack and Jill around. Their parents, Gilbert and Marie, were always offering up excuses as to where the twins were and why they weren't available to see visitors. Furthermore, the twins had been badly abused and neglected during their childhood, with one relative claiming to have seen the children sitting in a cage. By all accounts, their father dealt with PTSD and anger issues, while their mother was an alcoholic. Another witness, a babysitter for the Rosenthals who cared for their other children, was once told to leave the twins alone upstairs. When the babysitter went to check on them anyway, she found them in an empty room containing only 2 cribs. The room smelled of urine because the sheets had never been changed, and both children were filthy. She noted that Jack had a black eye. The Rosenthals were reportedly furious when they found the babysitter with the twins. After learning about his parents' neglect, Paul stated, "My real parents were not very nice people. I'm thankful they abandoned me because it allowed me to be with the Fronczaks. They saved my life." Paul initially believed that something tragic had happened to Jill and that as a result he was abandoned because they couldn't explain just one twin. However, in later years he changed his mind and stated his belief that Jill might be alive. the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children created an image of what Jill may look like as an adult. Though there are no photos of Jill as an infant, the artist who created the portrait based the image on those of various family members. So far, she has not been located. Gilbert and Marie Rosenthal both died in the 1990s, so they cannot be questioned or held accountable for what happened. Finally, in 2019, the real Paul Fronczak was located. He was identified as Kevin Ray Beatty, and the announcement was made the following year, following his death on his 56th birthday. Before his death, he spoke with Dora Fronczak several times on the phone, but they were unable to meet in person. Kevin was raised by Lorraine Fountain, who'd been dating a Chicago-based doctor when she suddenly moved to Arkansas for a year before returning with the baby. However, Lorraine died in 2004, and it's unclear how she came to have the missing boy in her company. As of 2024, many questions remain in this case. It's unclear who took Paul from the hospital or what became of Jill Rosenthal. But inquiries are ongoing. Anyone with information about Jill Rosenthal's disappearance or whereabouts can contact the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children at 1-800-843-5678. Jacqueline "Jackie" Rains Crackman was last seen on September 24, 1965, at her parents' home in Columbus, Ohio. At 18 years old, Jackie left her 2 children in her parents' care, explaining that she was heading to Glenwood, Iowa, to attend a wedding with her roommate. However, Jackie never returned to pick up her children, leaving her family deeply worried. When her parents later spoke with her roommate, they were met with vague and unsettling answers. The roommate admitted to dropping Jackie off at an undisclosed location but refused to provide any further details. As years passed, authorities eventually looked into Jackie's disappearance and made a startling discovery. The only couple married in Glenwood that weekend did not know Jackie or her roommate, casting doubt on the wedding stories she'd shared. At the time of her disappearance, Jackie's life was filled with turmoil. Married at the young age of 16, she had her first child shortly after. However, by early 1965, her marriage was unraveling. That September, her husband officially filed for divorce. Before leaving for her trip, Jackie's sister noticed something peculiar. Jackie had packed 2 suitcases, an odd choice for what was supposed to be a short weekend away. Later, her car was found parked outside her home, but her suitcases were missing. Meanwhile, in Rising City, Nebraska, 31-year-old Melvin Uphoff disappeared exactly 1 month later, on October 24, 1965. A father of 4, Melvin spent that day with his family and had dinner with his parents. That evening, as his wife prepared their children for bed, he told her he was stepping out to buy beer. Melvin never came back. Rumors quickly spread within both communities, suggesting that Jackie and Melvin had been having an affair and had left together to start a new life. Melvin had vanished with his car, a 1954 Oldsmobile, and his coin collection, neither of which was ever recovered. For Jackie's family, her disappearance wasn't officially reported until the 1990s. Her sister voiced her frustrations, explaining that the police showed little interest in the case back in 1965. "I don't think there was an investigation," she said. If there was, it didn't amount to much. Even key individuals, like Jackie's estranged husband and her roommate, were never questioned. Over the years, Jackie's sister experienced strange and haunting encounters. She recalled seeing a woman resembling Jackie at their mother's funeral, and again at her workplace. On both occasions, the woman left abruptly before she could be approached. For Melvin's family, the lack of answers was equally devastating. With no evidence of his whereabouts and no trace of his car, he was ultimately declared dead in the 1970s. Finally, in May 2009, the decades-long mystery came to an end. Investigators located Jackie and Melvin and spoke to them by phone. It was confirmed that they had indeed left their families voluntarily to start a new life together. Nebraska State Patrol spokeswoman Deb Collins confirmed that the couple had committed no crimes and had simply chosen to disappear. Out of respect for their privacy, authorities did not reveal their current location. It remains unclear whether Jackie and Melvin ever reconnected with the 6 children they left behind. Their story, after 44 years, brought closure to 2 families who had been searching for answers. However, it also left lingering questions about the impact of their decisions on the lives they left behind. Mary Louise Day was born in 1968 in Little Falls, New York. She was the eldest of 3 children to Charles and Charlotte Day. By many accounts, Mary had a challenging childhood. Her mother often struggled to care for the children, leading to Mary and her siblings spending much of their early years in and out of foster care. Eventually, their parents divorced, and Charlotte married an army soldier named William Hull. The couple went on to have 2 children together. Charlotte regained custody of Mary and her sister Kathy, but their younger sister Sherry remained in foster care and was ultimately adopted by her foster family. In 1978, the family moved to Hawaii due to William's job. That same year, Mary and Kathy's biological father, Charles, died in an accident, leaving the girls an inheritance that they secretly referred to as Mohawk. However, Mary's troubles deepened. At the age of 12, in 1980, she was removed from her mother and stepfather's custody after authorities discovered that William had been physically abusing her. Despite this, when the family later relocated to Seaside, California, Mary was sent back to live with Charlotte and William. The last time Mary was seen alive was on July 15, 1981, when she was just 13 years old. According to accounts, William became enraged that evening and accused Mary of poisoning his dog, which had fallen ill. He physically attacked her, leaving her injured and bleeding from the mouth. The following morning, Mary was gone. When Kathy asked her mother about Mary's absence, Charlotte coldly replied that Mary had run away and forbade Kathy from ever mentioning her sister again. Shockingly, Mary was never reported missing. Years later, Charlotte and William offered vague and inconsistent explanations about her disappearance. They claimed that Mary had left on her own and suggested she had become involved in drugs or sex work. Charlotte even admitted to burning all photographs of Mary. In 1994, over a decade after Mary vanished, her youngest sister Sherry filed a missing persons report. Sherry had recently asked her mother about Mary and was met with the same dismissive story, that Mary had simply run away. Sherry later shared her frustration with investigators, recalling that their family had been told never to talk about Mary. This secrecy and the lack of action from law enforcement led to years of inaction in the case. An official investigation into Mary's disappearance wasn't launched until 2002. Investigators quickly uncovered troubling details. Neighbors in Seaside, California didn't recognize Mary's photograph or recall her presence in the area. It was also discovered that she had never been enrolled in school while living there. Kathy provided additional details, revealing that Mary had been severely beaten by William the night before she disappeared. Kathy also shared a chilling memory of her stepfather, warning the children not to play near a specific corner of their garden. When authorities investigated, cadaver dogs detected the scent of human remains, and a child's shoe was uncovered. However, no human remains were found. The investigation deepened when cadaver dogs alerted authorities to another site near the family's former home in Fort Ord, California. This raised the possibility that Mary's remains had been relocated when the family moved. Suspicion also grew around Charlotte and William, especially after it was discovered that they had lied about filing a missing persons report. William eventually admitted to assaulting Mary the night before her disappearance, but maintained that she had left voluntarily the next day. By 2005, investigators were building a homicide case against Charlotte and William. Then, in a shocking turn of events, a woman claiming to be Mary Day was found during a routine traffic stop in Arizona. She presented an Arizona state ID that bore Mary's name, date of birth, and other identifying details. However, the woman spoke with a thick Southern accent, which raised doubts since Mary did not have such an accent as a teenager. Further skepticism arose when it was discovered that her ID had been issued only 3 weeks earlier, coinciding with the reopening of the homicide investigation. Authorities conducted a DNA test to confirm her identity, and the results showed that she was indeed Charlotte's biological daughter. Despite lingering questions, investigators closed the case, accepting that the woman was Mary Day. Sherry invited Mary to live with her in North Carolina, and the two sisters reunited along with Kathy. However, some mysteries persisted. Kathy expressed doubts about the woman's identity, noting that she didn't remember key details about their shared past, such as the inheritance they had referred to as Mohawk, or the incident involving William's dog. Investigators also raised concerns, theorizing that the woman might have been another child of Charlotte's, who was passed off as Mary to avoid legal consequences. They pointed out Charlotte's history of affairs and speculated that she may have had another daughter in secret. In 2017, Mary shared new details that clarified her story. She revealed that after running away from home, she was taken in by a woman named Marie Kimmel, with whom she lived for about a year before moving on. Marie's relatives provided a photograph of Mary from 1982, proving that she had been alive after her disappearance. This evidence, along with other findings, led investigators to close the case definitively. Mary Day passed away in 2017 at the age of 49, leaving behind a legacy of unanswered questions and a story that continues to intrigue and perplex those who hear it. On a chilly winter day in February 1978, 23-year-old Stephen Kubacki, an undergraduate student at Hope College in Michigan, set off on a solo skiing trip, intending to spend 1 or 2 days alone in the snowy wilderness. However, he never returned. The day after Stephen's planned return, snowmobilers in Saugatuck, Michigan, discovered his discarded cross-country skis and a backpack lying by the side of the trail. They immediately notified authorities. Upon examining the contents of the backpack, investigators confirmed it belonged to Stephen. The discovery sparked a swift search and rescue operation. The searchers found a trail of ski tracks that led about 200 yards before suddenly stopping at the edge of Lake Michigan. With no further trace of Stephen, it seemed as though the young man had vanished without a trace. Initially, authorities speculated that Stephen may have fallen through the ice into the freezing waters of Lake Michigan. The area where he disappeared is part of the infamous Lake Michigan Triangle, an eerie region that stretches from Manitowoc, Wisconsin, to Ludington, Michigan, and down to Benton Harbor. This area is known for a long history of mysterious disappearances, strange occurrences, and unexplained phenomena. While the Lake Michigan Triangle may not be as well known as the Bermuda Triangle, it has earned its place in the realm of the unexplained. In 1891, the crew of the schooner Thomas Hume vanished while crossing the lake. Despite extensive search efforts, no trace of the ship or its crew was found. Over the years, numerous reports of unexplained airplane disappearances, ghost ship sightings, and sudden severe weather changes in the region have added to the mystery surrounding the lake. Despite an exhaustive search of the area where Stephen was last seen, no sign of him was found. His skis and poles were discovered on the beach, and footsteps were seen leading toward the lake's frozen surface, but Stephen's body was never located. It was as though he had simply vanished into thin air. Then, in May 1979, more than a year after his disappearance, Stephen returned home. On May 5th, 1979, Stephen appeared unannounced at his father's door, seemingly disoriented and confused. He rang the doorbell, and when his father opened it, he found Stephen standing there as if nothing had happened. Stephen seemed bewildered, unaware that more than 14 months had passed since he disappeared. Stephen later explained that he had no clear memories of the time he was missing. He recalled waking up in a meadow, about 40 miles from his father's home and 700 miles from where he had last been seen near Lake Michigan. Strangely, Stephen was wearing unfamiliar clothes and had a backpack with maps that didn't belong to him. He was also completely unaware of how he had ended up in such a place. One of the most peculiar details was that Stephen was wearing a t-shirt from a Wisconsin marathon, which he mentioned in an interview, joking that it felt like he had run a marathon himself. When asked about his memories of his disappearance, Stephen could only recall the snow-covered shores of Lake Michigan. The rest of the time he had spent missing was a blank. Despite being questioned by reporters and authorities, Stephen could not explain what had happened. He remained adamant that he had not been suffering from any mental health issues, and he did not believe his disappearance was caused by any form of psychological breakdown. Some believe Stephen's disappearance was the result of a strange medical condition, such as a coma or a dissociative state, which led him to wander across the country. Others speculate that his disappearance might be connected to the mysterious phenomena of the Lake Michigan Triangle, where unexplained disappearances are a common theme. A more far-fetched theory even suggests that Stephen was abducted by aliens and subjected to some sort of experiment. In later interviews, Stephen suggested that his blackout could have been the result of fatigue or overexposure to the cold. Despite his memory gaps, he was insistent that he didn't need psychiatric help and that he was physically fine. He revealed that during his time missing, he had been living in a state of confusion and disorientation, but had not experienced any major mental health issues. As for his life after his strange return, Stephen resumed his studies and later became a psychologist, working in the Pacific Northwest. He has since made it clear that he is doing well and has never experienced any further memory loss or unusual health issues. The mystery of Stephen Kubaki's disappearance remains unsolved to this day. While some explanations may suggest a medical or psychological cause, others continue to wonder if something more extraordinary was at play, perhaps something linked to the eerie phenomena of the Lake Michigan Triangle. Regardless of the theory, the case remains one of the most bizarre and puzzling disappearances in modern history.